Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
15 Stoic lessons to handle disrespect in the modern world. 1. Respect others. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to maintain their composure no matter how they're treated? Imagine you're at work and a colleague makes a snide comment about your recent project. Instead of firing back or sulking, you respond with calm and respect. This reaction not only diffuses the situation, but also reflects your inner strength and self-control. Respecting others, even when they don't respect you, is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that we are born not just for ourselves, but for the collective good of others. By treating others with respect, we foster an environment of mutual respect and understanding, which is fundamental to happiness and success in both personal and professional relationships. For instance, think of a time when you witnessed someone responding gracefully to disrespect. Perhaps it was a customer service representative handling an irate customer with patience and empathy. This ability to stay composed and respectful, regardless of the other person's behavior, often transforms the interaction and leaves a lasting positive impression. Respect is not just a reaction, but a proactive choice that defines our character and influences our interactions. It lays the groundwork for harmonious relationships and sets a powerful example for others to follow. In a world where disrespect can easily breed more disrespect, choosing to respect others is a radical, transformative act. 2. Set boundaries. Imagine you're constantly bombarded by unnecessary demands from your colleagues or friends. Your phone buzzes with requests at all hours. Your personal space is invaded, and your time is no longer your own. How do you reclaim control of your life without alienating those around you? Setting boundaries is essential for protecting your space, privacy, time, and energy. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of not losing precious time to trivial matters. By clearly defining what you're willing to accept and what you're not, you assert your right to a balanced and respectful life. Consider the story of Emma, a successful project manager who found herself overwhelmed by constant interruptions and unrealistic demands. She decided to set firm boundaries by creating specific do not disturb hours during her day, and politely but firmly declining tasks that were not part of her job description. Emma's productivity soared, and she noticed a newfound respect from her colleagues who began to appreciate her time and contributions more. Boundaries are not about building walls, but about creating healthy limits that allow you to thrive. They help you protect your mental and emotional well-being while maintaining positive relationships. When you set boundaries, you communicate your values and priorities, making it clear that you respect yourself and expect the same from others. In a world that often demands more than we can give, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and self-care. It enables you to focus on what truly matters and ensures that your energy is invested in meaningful and fulfilling activities. 3. Learn from it. Imagine you're faced with a co-worker who constantly undermines your efforts, dismisses your ideas, and speaks to you condescendingly. It's frustrating and demoralizing. But what if you could turn this experience into a catalyst for personal growth? Stoic philosopher Epictetus believed that difficulties, including disrespect, reveal a person's true nature. Instead of viewing disrespect as a mere annoyance, see it as a valuable opportunity to learn about yourself and others. How you react to disrespect can teach you about your own strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Take the example of James, a junior executive frequently belittled by a senior manager. Instead of letting the disrespect crush his spirit, James decided to use the experience as a learning opportunity. He observed the manager's behavior, reflected on why it affected him so deeply, and sought feedback from trusted colleagues. Through this process, James developed greater self-awareness and resilience. He learned to remain calm and composed, and over time, he gained the respect of his peers and even his harshest critic. Disrespect can serve as a mirror, reflecting our insecurities and areas where we need to grow. By embracing these moments as lessons, we can build emotional intelligence and inner strength. Every instance of disrespect is a chance to practice patience, improve our communication skills, and strengthen our resolve. In essence, disrespect can be transformed into a powerful tool for personal development. By approaching it with a mindset of learning and growth, you can turn negative experiences into stepping stones toward a more resilient and self-aware version of yourself. 4. Focus on what you can control. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the actions of others, frustrated by disrespectful behavior that seems beyond your control? Picture yourself stuck in a traffic jam, late for an important meeting, and a fellow driver cuts you off, making an already stressful situation worse. You can't control their behavior, but you can control how you respond to it. The Stoics taught that true power lies in focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, often reminded himself that while he couldn't control the actions of others, he could control his own responses. This principle is crucial when dealing with disrespect. Consider Sarah, a teacher who faces disrespect from a difficult student. Instead of letting the student's behavior derail her day, she focuses on her own actions and attitude. She remains calm, models respectful behavior, and applies consistent consequences. By controlling her response, Sarah maintains her authority and creates a positive classroom environment, eventually influencing the student's behavior. When faced with disrespect, you have the choice to either react impulsively or respond thoughtfully. By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, emotions, and actions, you regain your power and maintain your inner peace. This approach not only preserves your dignity, but also often disarms the disrespectful person, showing that their behavior has no power over you. In the grand scheme of things, focusing on what you can control allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It shifts your perspective from being a victim of circumstance to being the master of your own fate, empowering you to handle disrespect with wisdom and composure. These tend to maintain a sense of humor. Imagine you're in a heated discussion and someone makes a cutting remark aimed at you. The tension in the room is palpable and everyone waits for your reaction. Instead of getting angry or defensive, you smile and make a light-hearted joke that diffuses the situation. The room relaxes and the conversation moves on without escalating. Humor can be a powerful tool in the face of disrespect. It lightens the mood, reduces the emotional impact, and can even turn a hostile interaction into a more positive one. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, appreciated the value of humor in dealing with life's challenges. He believed that laughter could help us cope with adversity and maintain our mental equilibrium. Consider the story of Tom, a sales manager who often dealt with difficult clients. One particularly challenging client would constantly criticize and belittle him. Instead of getting upset, Tom used humor to navigate these interactions. When the client made a disparaging comment about a sales pitch, Tom responded with a witty remark that acknowledged the criticism without taking it personally. This approach not only helped Tom stay calm, but also gradually won the client over, transforming a hostile relationship into a more collaborative one. Maintaining a sense of humor doesn't mean making light of serious issues or disrespectful behavior. Rather, it's about finding a way to navigate difficult situations without letting them affect your inner peace. Humor can be a shield, protecting you from the sting of disrespect and allowing you to respond with grace and poise. Incorporating humor into your responses can make you more resilient and help you maintain a positive outlook. It can transform potentially negative encounters into opportunities for connection and understanding, showing that you're above the fray and in control of your reactions. 6. Respond with reason. Imagine you're in a heated debate with someone who starts hurling insults instead of addressing the actual issues. It's tempting to respond in kind. But what if you chose a different path, one of logic and reason? Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, believed that the best revenge is to not be like those who disrespect you. By staying rational and calm, you uphold your dignity and set a powerful example. Consider the story of Lisa, a community leader often faced with baseless accusations and personal attacks at public meetings. Instead of reacting emotionally, Lisa always responded with clear, reasoned arguments and factual information. Her composed demeanor and logical responses not only diffused tension, but also earned her the respect and trust of the community. Over time, those who initially disrespected her found it hard to continue their baseless attacks in the face of her unwavering rationality. Disrespect is often rooted in irrationality, and meeting it with reason can disarm it. When you respond with facts and logic, you shift the conversation from emotional to intellectual. This approach not only protects you from being dragged into unproductive arguments, but also encourages others to reconsider their behavior. For instance, if a co-worker criticizes your work unfairly, rather than getting defensive, calmly present the facts. Highlight your achievements and explain your reasoning. By focusing on the substance rather than the style of their criticism, you steer the conversation towards constructive dialogue and away from personal attacks. Responding with reason also helps you maintain your self-respect and composure. It shows that you are in control of your emotions and actions, regardless of how others behave. This not only enhances your personal credibility, but also fosters a culture of respect and professionalism around you. In essence, choosing reason over reaction is a powerful way to handle disrespect. It upholds your integrity, encourages positive interactions, and reinforces the idea that respect and rationality are the cornerstones of effective communication. 7. Consider the source. Imagine you're at a social gathering and someone you barely know makes a hurtful comment about your appearance. It stings. But before reacting, you pause to consider the source. Is this person known for their kindness and insight, or are they often critical and negative? Disrespect often stems from ignorance, bias, or personal issues, rather than an accurate assessment of your worth. Epictetus advised examining criticism carefully. If it's true, use it to improve yourself. If it's false, disregard it. Understanding where disrespect comes from can help you respond appropriately and maintain your self-esteem. To take the example of John, a writer who frequently received harsh reviews from a particular critic known for their abrasive style. Instead of letting these reviews undermine his confidence, John researched the critic and found that they often targeted new authors with overly harsh criticisms. Realizing this, John decided to focus on constructive feedback from other sources and use the negative reviews to strengthen his resolve rather than doubt his abilities. When faced with disrespect, consider the motivations and background of the person delivering it. Are they projecting their insecurities onto you? Are they misinformed or simply having a bad day? Understanding the context can help you take the sting out of their words and prevent them from affecting your self-worth. For example, if a co-worker who is generally stressed and unhappy makes a snide comment about your work, recognize that their criticism likely reflects their own frustrations rather than the quality of your work. This perspective allows you to respond with empathy and maintain your confidence. Considering the source helps you filter out unnecessary negativity and focus on constructive feedback. It protects your mental and emotional well-being and reinforces your self-respect. By discerning the true nature of the disrespect, you can respond more effectively and maintain your inner peace. In summary, understanding the source of disrespect allows you to respond with clarity and composure. It helps you separate valuable insights from baseless negativity and reinforces your ability to handle challenging interactions with confidence and grace. 8. Respect yourself. Imagine you're giving a presentation at work and someone rudely interrupts you with an unfounded criticism. In that moment, it's crucial to remember that your self-respect and self-worth are not determined by others' opinions or actions. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, emphasized that the quality of your thoughts determines the quality of your life. Loving and trusting yourself is essential for maintaining your dignity in the face of disrespect. Take the story of Mary, a dedicated nurse who often faced criticism from a demanding supervisor. Instead of internalizing the negative comments, Mary focused on her dedication to her patients and her own belief in her abilities. She maintained her self-respect by reminding herself of the positive feedback she received from patients and colleagues. This self-assurance enabled her to handle her supervisor's disrespect calmly and assertively, without letting it affect her confidence or performance. Respecting yourself means recognizing your own worth and standing by your principles, regardless of how others treat you. It involves setting boundaries and not allowing others' disrespect to undermine your self-esteem. When you respect yourself, you send a clear message to others about how you expect to be treated. For instance, if a friend constantly belittles your achievements, it's important to assertively communicate that such behavior is unacceptable. By standing up for yourself, you reinforce your self-worth and ensure that your relationships are based on mutual respect. Self-respect also involves self-care and self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and consideration you would offer a close friend. When you make a mistake, learn from it and forgive yourself. This approach not only helps you recover from setbacks, but also strengthens your resilience against external negativity. In essence, self-respect is the foundation of a healthy and fulfilling life. It empowers you to navigate disrespect with grace and assertiveness, ensuring that your inner peace and self-worth remain intact. By valuing yourself, you create a positive ripple effect that influences how others perceive and treat you. En deze sens dus te see to design. Er staan zeker diks, so versbij ze zei te keisho, TTT, dat desete. The change. Imagine your party when negativity this is better come is simply dragged down by this toxic environment. Here's something with change you want to see. Marcus Aurelius urges everybody the virtue be admired, but a proactive. This is sees dit is dis de nou. to turn to positive and a role model for others, you can transform the atmosphere around you. Consider the example of Alex, a project manager in a high-pressure work environment filled with stress and blame shifting. Rather than succumbing to the negativity, Alex made a conscious effort to promote respect and positivity. He started by actively listening to his team members, offering constructive feedback and recognizing their achievements. His consistent behavior gradually influenced others, fostering a more supportive and respectful team culture. Being the change means taking responsibility for your actions and leading by example. It's about demonstrating the behaviors you wish to see in others. When faced with disrespect, respond with kindness and integrity. Show that it is possible to maintain dignity and respect even in challenging situations. For instance, if a colleague frequently interrupts others during meetings, take the initiative to create a more respectful dialogue. Politely address the behavior, emphasizing the importance of allowing everyone to contribute. By doing so, you set a standard for respectful communication and encourage others to follow suit. This approach not only improves your immediate environment, but also inspires others to adopt similar behaviors. Your actions can create a ripple effect, promoting a culture of respect and positivity that extends beyond your immediate interactions. Being the change requires courage and consistency, but the impact can be profound. It allows you to take control of your environment, foster better relationships, and contribute to a more respectful and positive community. In essence, embodying the virtues you admire helps you handle disrespect with grace and transforms the world around you. 10. Surround yourself with positive influences. Imagine you're surrounded by a group of friends who constantly put you down, or colleagues who are perpetually negative. This environment can be draining and can hinder your personal growth. However, by choosing to surround yourself with positive influences, you can cultivate a supportive and uplifting network. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, believed in the importance of good company for personal growth. Being around people who respect and support you reinforces positive behavior and helps you build a strong network of mutual respect. Take the example of Laura, a young professional who found herself in a toxic work environment where gossip and negativity were the norms. Realizing the detrimental impact this was having on her mental health, she decided to seek out colleagues who shared her values of respect and positivity. She joined professional groups and attended networking events to connect with like-minded individuals. This shift in her social circle not only improved her work experience, but also inspired her to strive for greater personal and professional growth. Surrounding yourself with positive influence means actively choosing relationships that uplift and encourage you. It involves seeking out people who inspire you, challenge you to be better, and support your goals. These relationships provide a buffer against negativity and disrespect, giving you the strength and confidence to handle difficult situations with grace. For instance, if you're part of a sports team where teammates are constantly supportive and encouraging, you'll likely feel more motivated and resilient. This positive environment can significantly enhance your performance and overall well-being. Moreover, being part of a positive network allows you to learn and grow. You can exchange ideas, seek advice, and receive constructive feedback from those who genuinely have your best interests at heart. This mutual support fosters a sense of community and belonging, making it easier to navigate life's challenges. In summary, surrounding yourself with positive influences is a powerful strategy for handling disrespect and fostering personal growth. It helps you maintain a positive outlook, build resilience, and create a supportive network that uplifts you in all aspects of life. 11. Practice patience. Imagine you're standing in a long line at the grocery store and the person ahead of you is taking an inordinate amount of time. You feel your frustration rising, but instead of letting it consume you, you take a deep breath and remind yourself to be patient. Patience is a key Stoic virtue, and it helps you remain calm and composed in the face of disrespect or inconvenience. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, believed that no great thing is created suddenly. This applies not only to achievements but also to the cultivation of patience. Disrespect can test your patience, but maintaining it allows you to handle situations more effectively and with greater dignity. Consider the story of David, a customer service representative who often dealt with irate customers. Instead of reacting to their anger, David practiced patience. He listened to their complaints without interrupting, acknowledged their frustrations, and responded calmly and helpfully. Over time, he found that his patience not only diffused many tense situations, but also earned him respect and appreciation from even the most difficult customers. Practicing patience involves several key elements. A. Self-awareness. Recognize your triggers and understand why certain situations test your patience. B. Mindfulness. Stay present and focused on the moment rather than letting your mind race with frustration or anger. C. Empathy. Try to see the situation from the other person's perspective, which can help you respond with understanding rather than irritation. For example, if a colleague habitually interrupts you during meetings, instead of snapping back, practice patience. Politely ask them to let you finish speaking and explain how their interruptions affect the flow of the discussion. This calm and patient approach is more likely to result in a positive change in behavior. Incorporating patience into your daily life helps you stay calm under pressure and respond to disrespect with poise. It allows you to maintain your composure and integrity even in challenging situations. Over time, this practice not only enhances your personal growth, but also improves your interactions with others, fostering a more respectful and harmonious environment. Ultimately, patience is a powerful tool in the Stoics' toolkit, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It helps you handle disrespect in a way that preserves your inner peace and promotes positive outcomes. 12. Don't take it personally. Imagine you're at a family gathering and a relative makes a snide remark about your career choice. It stings, but instead of letting it ruin your evening, you remind yourself that their comment says more about them than it does about you. Disrespect often reflects the other person's flaws and insecurities, not your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a revered Stoic philosopher, often reminded himself that people's opinions are a reflection of their own perspectives and not an absolute truth about oneself. It's crucial to maintain your self-worth by recognizing that disrespect is more about them than you. Consider the story of Anita, a talented graphic designer who frequently encountered dismissive remarks from a competitive colleague. Instead of internalizing these comments, Anita chose to focus on her achievements and the positive feedback she received from clients and other colleagues. She understood that her colleagues' negativity was driven by their own insecurities and competition rather than a true assessment of her work. This perspective allowed her to maintain her confidence and continue excelling in her role. Not taking things personally involves a shift in perspective. A. Understand the source. Recognize that disrespectful comments often come from a place of insecurity, ignorance, or personal issues within the other person. C. Maintain your self-worth. Focus on your own achievements and the opinions of those who respect and value you. C. Choose your response. Decide how much weight to give to the comment and whether it's worth addressing or simply letting go. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment about your appearance, instead of feeling insulted, remind yourself that their opinion doesn't define you. You know your own value, and one negative comment doesn't change that. By not taking it personally, you preserve your self-esteem and avoid unnecessary conflict. Adopting this mindset helps you navigate disrespect with resilience and dignity. It allows you to separate your self-worth from others' opinions, leading to a healthier and more balanced emotional state. When you don't take things personally, you're less likely to react defensively and more likely to respond thoughtfully, maintaining your inner peace and self-respect. In summary, recognizing that disrespect often reflects the other person's issues rather than your own worth empowers you to handle negative interactions gracefully. This perspective helps you maintain your self-esteem and focus on what truly matters, your own growth and happiness. 13. Forgive and forget. Imagine you're holding on to a grudge against someone who disrespected you months ago. Every time you think about it, you feel a surge of anger and resentment. What if you could free yourself from this emotional burden by choosing to forgive and forget? Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, suggested that delaying anger is the greatest remedy for it. Forgiveness is a powerful tool that benefits your mental, emotional, and physical health. Holding grudges harms you more than the person who disrespected you, creating unnecessary stress and negativity in your life. Consider the story of Alan, a business owner who was betrayed by a trusted partner. Alan was devastated and angry, but he realized that holding on to this anger was consuming his energy and affecting his business. He decided to forgive his former partner, not because the betrayal was acceptable, but because he wanted to free himself from the grip of bitterness. This decision allowed Alan to focus on rebuilding his business and moving forward with a clearer mind and lighter heart. Forgiveness involves several important steps. A. Acknowledge your feelings. Recognize and accept your emotions instead of suppressing them. B. Understand the impact. Reflect on how holding on to anger and resentment is affecting your well-being. C. Make a conscious decision. Choose to forgive, understanding that it's a gift you give yourself, not necessarily the other person. For instance, if a friend betrayed your trust, forgiving them doesn't mean you forget what happened or ignore the lesson learned. It means you release the hold that the negative emotions have on you. You might choose to distance yourself from that person, but you do so without carrying the emotional baggage. Forgiveness is not about excusing the disrespectful behavior, but about freeing yourself from the cycle of negativity. It's an act of self-compassion that allows you to move on and focus on more positive aspects of your life. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles, helping you maintain your inner peace and resilience. In essence, forgiveness is a transformative practice that helps you let go of past hurts and focus on your present and future well-being. It empowers you to handle disrespect with grace and wisdom, fostering a more peaceful and fulfilling life. 14. Reflect and meditate. Imagine the end of a long, challenging day where you face several instances of disrespect. Instead of letting these experiences fester, you take a quiet moment to reflect and meditate. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, practiced daily reflection to strengthen his understanding and resilience. This practice can help you process and handle disrespect more effectively. Consider the story of Claire, a busy executive who encountered disrespectful behavior from a colleague during a crucial meeting. That evening, she took time to reflect on the incident, analyzing her feelings and response. Through meditation, she found clarity and peace, which helped her approach future interactions with greater calm and confidence. Reflecting and meditating on your experiences involves finding quiet time. Set aside a few minutes each day to reflect on your experiences without distractions. B. Analyzing your reactions. Consider how you felt and responded to disrespect, and think about how you could handle similar situations better in the future. C. By practicing mindfulness, focus on the present moment, allowing yourself to let go of past grievances and future anxieties. For example, if you were disrespected by a customer, reflecting on the encounter can help you understand your emotional triggers and develop strategies to remain calm in future interactions. Meditation can further help you release negative emotions and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Regular reflection and meditation not only enhance your ability to handle disrespect, but also contribute to overall well-being. They allow you to process your experiences thoughtfully and respond to challenges with a balanced and composed mindset. 15. Choose your battles. Imagine you're at a social event and someone makes a mildly disrespectful remark. You could confront them, but you decide it's not worth your time or peace of mind. Not all disrespect is worth addressing. As Seneca said, the best revenge is to not be like your enemy. Choosing your battles means knowing when to engage and when to let go. Some conflicts are too trivial to spend your energy on, and addressing every slight can lead to unnecessary stress and distraction from more meaningful pursuits. Consider the example of Lisa, a dedicated teacher who occasionally receives sarcastic comments from a few students. Instead of reacting to every comment, Lisa chose to focus on building positive relationships with her students and addressing issues that truly impacted their learning environment. This selective approach allowed her to maintain her focus and effectiveness as a teacher. Choosing your battles involves A. Assessing the impact. Determine whether the disrespect significantly affects you or your goals. B. Weighing the consequences. Consider whether addressing the issue will lead to a positive outcome or unnecessary conflict. C. Preserving your peace. Focus on what truly matters and let go of minor irritations. For instance, if a colleague makes an offhand remark that doesn't significantly affect your work or relationships, it might be better to ignore it and move on. By conserving your energy for more important issues, you maintain your focus and inner peace. Choosing your battles is a strategic approach that helps you navigate life's challenges with wisdom and efficiency. It ensures that you invest your time and energy in meaningful pursuits, rather than getting bogged down by trivial conflicts. Conclusion: stay strong, stay calm, stay stoic. By incorporating these 15 Stoic lessons into your life, you can handle disrespect in a way that is healthy, rational, and dignified. These principles not only help you manage disrespect, but also improve your relationships and personal growth. Embracing these Stoic principles will help you stay strong, stay calm, and stay stoic in the face of disrespect, leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Unlock the 15 secret to unshakable self-discipline. Imagine waking up with an unwavering sense of purpose, unshaken by setbacks and chaos, relentlessly focused on what truly matters. This was the reality for Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. His timeless wisdom on self-discipline is startlingly relevant today. In a world full of distractions and instant gratifications, Stoic principles offer practical tools to turn adversity into advantage and emotional turmoil into tranquility. Whether you're seeking inner peace or greater productivity, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius provide profound insights. Join us as we explore 15 powerful Stoic principles that can transform how you handle life's challenges and cultivate a disciplined, purposeful life. Stay tuned to uncover the secrets to thriving in any circumstance with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Number 1, control your emotions. In the bustling chaos of our modern world, maintaining control over our emotions is a cornerstone of Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius, the revered Roman emperor, taught that emotions, when unchecked, can cloud our judgment and lead us astray. To achieve self-discipline, we must learn to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. This is not about suppressing emotions, but mastering them. When we control our emotions, we take the driver's seat of our lives. We become less reactive and more proactive, making decisions grounded in reason rather than fleeting feelings. This emotional control is a shield against the storms of life, allowing us to navigate through adversities with grace and resilience. Consider the strength required to remain composed when provoked or to stay hopeful amidst despair. This inner fortitude is the essence of Stoicism. By practicing mindfulness and detachment, we train ourselves to observe our emotions without being overwhelmed by them. This practice cultivates an inner peace that is unshakable, regardless of external circumstances. By harnessing the power of emotional control, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. In doing so, we pave the way for a disciplined life, rich in purpose and inner strength. Number 2, practice voluntary hardship. Voluntary hardship is a profound Stoic practice that fortifies the mind against life's unpredictabilities. Marcus Aurelius, like many Stoics, believed that experiencing discomfort by choice strengthens our resilience. By deliberately embracing minor hardships, we prepare ourselves for the inevitable challenges life will throw our way. This practice is not about self-punishment, but about perspective. When we choose to endure discomfort, such as forgoing certain luxuries or enduring physical challenges, we build mental toughness. We learn to appreciate our comforts more deeply and become less reliant on them. In a world obsessed with comfort, voluntary hardship teaches us to value resilience over convenience. It's a training ground for the mind, enabling us to remain composed in the face of adversity. By stepping out of our comfort zones regularly, we expand our capacity for endurance and foster a deeper appreciation for what we have. Embracing voluntary hardship cultivates gratitude and empathy, connecting us to the reality of those who live within voluntary hardships daily. It's a reminder of our shared human condition and a powerful way to build a disciplined, resilient character. Number 3, count on yourself. Self-reliance is a fundamental tenet of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of personal accountability and independence, teaching us that the ultimate responsibility for our actions and growth lies within us. Counting on yourself means trusting your abilities and judgments, fostering inner strength and confidence. In today's interconnected world, it's easy to seek validation and direction from external sources. However, Stoicism encourages us to filter out this noise and listen to our inner voice. By doing so, we develop autonomy in our decision-making processes, aligning our choices with our core values rather than external pressures. This principle is about embracing our agency and recognizing our capacity to navigate life's challenges independently. It's not about isolation, but about a profound understanding that our happiness and success are primarily our own responsibility. By counting on yourself, you build resilience and self-discipline. You become more grounded and less swayed by external opinions and events. This self-reliance is liberating, empowering you to face life's uncertainties with a calm and composed mind. Number 4, develop a morning and evening routine. Establishing structured routines at the beginning and end of your day can significantly enhance self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of routines in fostering a focused and purposeful life. A morning routine sets the tone for your day, while an evening routine helps you reflect and reset. Incorporate practices such as meditation, journaling, or setting intentions in the morning. These activities ground you, providing clarity and focus for the day ahead. An evening routine might include reflection, gratitude exercises, or planning for the next day. This time allows you to review your actions, celebrate your successes, and learn from your missteps. Routines anchor your day in purpose and intention, making it easier to stay disciplined and aligned with your goals. They provide a framework that supports consistent effort, essential for personal growth and resilience. By dedicating time to these routines, you create a rhythm that nurtures your mind and spirit. This practice helps you start and end each day with a sense of accomplishment and readiness to face whatever comes your way. Number 5, never play the victim. Stoicism teaches us to take full responsibility for our reactions to external events. Marcus Aurelius believed that our happiness and peace of mind depend more on our internal state than external circumstances. Refusing to play the victim means shifting focus from what happens to us to how we respond. This principle is empowering. It frees us from the constraints of a victim mentality where we see ourselves as passive recipients of life's hardships. Instead, we become active participants, seizing control over our perceptions and reactions. This shift in mindset is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Practicing this principle involves observing our habitual responses to challenges. Do we blame others or external factors? Do we complain rather than address the situation? By changing these patterns, we reclaim our power and redirect our energies more constructively. Never playing the victim transforms potential feelings of helplessness into moments of choice. It's about seeing every obstacle as an opportunity to practice virtue and strengthen character. This proactive approach aligns with the Stoic ideal of emotional independence, enabling us to live in alignment with our deepest principles. Number 6, ignore naysayers. In a world where opinions are plentiful, maintaining focus and resilience in the face of criticism is vital. Marcus Aurelius taught that the approval or disapproval of others is beyond our control and should not dictate our actions. Ignoring naysayers is about cultivating mental resilience and staying true to our convictions. Stoic indifference is not about dismissing others, but about maintaining an internal locus of control. It encourages us to filter out noise that does not serve our higher purposes or align with our values. This practice helps us remain steadfast in our goals, undeterred by baseless criticism. In practical terms, this means evaluating the source and intent of criticism. Is it informed and well-meaning? Does it align with your core values? Constructive feedback is valuable, but baseless negativity should not deter you from your path. Ignoring naysayers enhances emotional resilience and focus, making you less reactive to negative opinions. It's about investing your emotional energy where it truly matters, staying true to yourself and your vision. Number 7, honestly review your day. A key Stoic practice is the honest review of one's day. Marcus Aurelius used this technique to ensure he was growing both as a ruler and a philosopher. This reflective process involves examining your thoughts, actions, and responses to see if they align with your values and Stoic virtues. The purpose of this daily review is not self-criticism, but self-improvement. By observing your behaviors, you can learn and adjust, continuously refining yourself. This practice fosters self-awareness and guides you in living a more deliberate and intentional life. Incorporate this habit by setting aside time each evening to reflect. Ask yourself, how did I respond to challenges today? Did I act according to my principles? What could I have done better? These questions help you recognize your strengths and identify areas for improvement. This daily reflection brings a sense of peace and completion, addressing lingering thoughts or stresses directly rather than carrying them into the next day. It builds resilience and wisdom, transforming how you view your days and live your life. Number 8, show up every day. Persistence and consistency are hallmarks of a disciplined life. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of showing up every day, both in body and spirit. This principle is about the quiet, steady dedication to daily tasks, which collectively forge a disciplined life. Showing up every day doesn't require monumental efforts, but a commitment to small, consistent actions. It's in these everyday efforts where character is built and tested. In a world full of distractions, the idea of showing up gains even more significance. This practice aligns with the Stoic idea of living in accordance with nature, actively participating in life and contributing through our actions. Each day presents an opportunity to prove our commitment to our principles and duties. To cultivate this discipline, start small. Decide what showing up means for you, whether it's writing a paragraph, doing a short workout, or spending uninterrupted time with a loved one. It's the act of showing up each day that reinforces willpower and resilience. Number 9, seek continuous learning. For Marcus Aurelius, continuous learning was essential for personal growth. Stoicism values the pursuit of wisdom not as mere theoretical knowledge, but as a practical guide to living well. By dedicating yourself to lifelong learning, you enhance your discipline and resilience. Continuous learning involves reading, reflecting, and learning from experiences. It's about seeking knowledge that enriches your understanding and helps you navigate life's complexities. This dedication to growth strengthens your character and judgment. In today's fast-paced world, maintaining a mindset of continuous learning keeps you adaptable and open-minded. It fosters a curiosity that drives personal and professional development. Embrace opportunities to learn from diverse sources and experiences. By seeking wisdom and applying it to your life, you embody the Stoic principle of self-improvement. This practice enriches your life, providing you with tools to handle challenges and make informed decisions. Number 10, embrace impermanence. Understanding the transient nature of all things is a core Stoic belief. Marcus Aurelius taught that everything is impermanent, and this awareness can help us stay grounded. Embracing impermanence encourages us to appreciate the present and avoid attachment to material possessions or outcomes. This principle fosters a sense of inner peace. When we accept that everything changes, we become less anxious about losing what we have and more grateful for the moment. This perspective shifts our focus from striving for external validation to finding contentment within. In a world obsessed with permanence, embracing impermanence can be liberating. It teaches us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience without clinging to it. This mindset reduces fear and increases resilience, helping us navigate life's uncertainties with calmness. By accepting the fleeting nature of life, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. This practice helps us live with intention, making the most of our time and energy. Number 11, dichotomy of control. The dichotomy of control is a foundational Stoic principle, emphasizing the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should focus our energy solely on what we can control: our actions, reactions, and judgments. This principle transforms our approach to life's challenges. By accepting that we cannot control external events, we reduce anxiety and foster a deeper sense of peace. This liberating truth allows us to engage more constructively with the world, channeling our efforts where they can make a difference. Practicing the dichotomy of control means asking yourself, is this within my control, before reacting to any situation? If it's not, let it go and move on. This practice requires mindfulness and regular reminders of what truly lies within our sphere of influence. By focusing on our actions and letting go of attachment to outcomes, we maintain our tranquility and effectiveness. This principle enhances our ability to live a disciplined and purposeful life, regardless of external circumstances. Number 12, find wise people to emulate. Emulating wise individuals is a powerful way to enhance your character and judgment. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about his admiration for others' qualities, seeing their example as a way to internalize their strengths and virtues. Choosing whom to emulate involves recognizing those who embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These role models provide a roadmap for facing challenges with grace and determination. Observing their lives helps us translate abstract philosophical concepts into everyday actions. Incorporate this principle by selecting role models whose values align with yours. Reflect on how they navigate their lives, make decisions, and handle adversity. Ask yourself, what about this person's approach or mindset can I incorporate into my own life? Emulating wise individuals bridges the gap between theory and practice, making Stoic ideals more accessible and compelling. By surrounding yourself with virtuous influences, you set a high standard for your behavior and decisions, propelling yourself toward greater wisdom and resilience. Number 13, practice silence and reflection. Allocating time for silence and introspection is crucial for maintaining a Stoic mindset. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of reflection in fostering self-discipline and clarity. This practice helps you clear your mind, reflect on your actions, and plan for the future with wisdom. In our fast-paced world, finding moments of silence can be challenging, yet it is essential for inner peace. Use this time for meditation, journaling, or simply being with your thoughts. These moments of quiet help you process experiences and gain insights into your behavior and decisions. By regularly practicing silence and reflection, you develop greater self-awareness and mindfulness. This practice anchors you in the present moment, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. Silence and reflection are powerful tools for personal growth and resilience. They help you stay connected to your values and purpose, providing the clarity needed to navigate life's complexities with wisdom and grace. Number 14, practice delayed gratification. Marcus Aurelius championed the principle of delayed gratification, viewing it as a pathway to greater freedom and satisfaction. In the Stoic view, mastering one's impulses by delaying gratification isn't about denying pleasure, but about achieving a higher form of fulfillment aligned with long-term goals. Delayed gratification involves postponing immediate desires for more significant, enduring rewards. This practice is particularly relevant in our modern culture of instant gratification. By exercising restraint, we cultivate a disciplined life focused on lasting well-being. Implement delayed gratification in everyday life through simple habits. Save money instead of spending impulsively, choose healthy meals over fast food, or dedicate time to learning instead of immediate leisure. Each choice reinforces the Stoic practice of prioritizing long-term benefits. The benefits of delayed gratification are extensive. Research supports its link to better outcomes in career, education, health, and relationships. By mastering this principle, we align our actions with our values, achieving a life of lasting tranquility and contentment. Number 15, finding your purpose. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the belief that self-discipline begins with finding your purpose. Understanding what truly matters to you and aligning your daily actions with this deeper calling is essential for a disciplined life. Finding your purpose means discovering what drives you at your core. It's about understanding your role in the larger scheme of things and acting in harmony with your virtues. For Aurelius, purpose wasn't just a lofty ideal, but a practical compass guiding every decision. In our modern world, saturated with choices and distractions, finding your purpose can feel overwhelming. Stoicism teaches us to peel back superficial desires and fleeting emotions to reveal what is truly essential for our well-being and growth. This clarity helps us focus our energy on what truly matters. To apply this principle, reflect on what you are naturally drawn to, where you find deep satisfaction, or what challenges motivate you. These are clues to your purpose. Daily reflection helps align your actions with your purpose, cultivating the self-discipline necessary for a meaningful and impactful life. By consistently living in alignment with your purpose, you build a disciplined, fulfilling life grounded in Stoic wisdom. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the heart of Stoicism and the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By embracing these 15 powerful principles, you can transform how you navigate life's challenges. Cultivate unwavering self-discipline and live a more purposeful and fulfilling life. If you found value in these insights and are eager for more wisdom to enrich your life, don't miss out. Like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Your support helps us continue to share profound teachings and practical advice to help you thrive. Join our community and embark on a path to greater wisdom and resilience. Stay wise, stay resilient, and remember, the power to transform your life is within you. See you in the next video. Have you ever wondered why some of the wisest and most resilient individuals in history seem to hold a certain enigmatic aura? What secrets did the Stoics, those ancient sages, guard so closely that allowed them to live with such profound tranquility and strength? In a world where oversharing has become the norm, the wisdom of Stoicism offers a refreshing counterpoint, teaching us that sometimes the most powerful path to inner peace and personal growth lies in what we choose to keep private. Welcome to this exploration of 15 subjects the Stoics believed should be held close to the chest. These timeless principles not only protect our inner world from external judgment, but also cultivate a deeper, more resilient self. As we journey through these teachings, you'll discover how guarding certain aspects of your life can lead to greater wisdom, serenity, and authenticity. Stay with us until the end to uncover how these ancient insights can transform your modern life, guiding you to a path of true fulfillment and inner strength. Number 1, personal relationships. In the realm of personal relationships, discretion is a virtue that the Stoics cherish deeply. Sharing intimate details about our relationships can lead to misunderstandings and judgments from others, which in turn can weaken the bonds we hold dear and cause unnecessary conflicts. The Stoics understood that relationships are sacred spaces where trust and mutual respect flourish. By broadcasting our personal affairs, we invite external opinions that may not always be rooted in understanding or empathy. Consider a tender plant growing in a secluded garden. It thrives in privacy, shielded from harsh weather and prying eyes. Similarly, personal relationships blossom when nurtured away from the public gaze. The Stoics believed that true growth in relationships comes from within, from the silent and steady nurturing of love and respect. External validation or commentary can often distort our perception, making us question the very foundation of our bonds. In a world where sharing every aspect of our lives has become the norm, the Stoic approach urges us to take a step back, reflect on the sanctity of your relationships. Protect them as you would protect your most cherished possession. Silence in this context is not secrecy, but a shield that guards the purity of your bonds. It is an act of wisdom to choose discretion over disclosure, to cherish the moments of connection without the interference of the outside world. By keeping our personal relationships private, we preserve their integrity and strength. We allow them to flourish naturally, without the pressure of external judgments. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that the most profound connections are often those that are nurtured in silence, away from the public eye. In this way, we honor the depth and significance of our relationships, ensuring they remain resilient and enduring. Number 2, unlearned lessons. Mistakes are universal. We all encounter failures along our journey. However, how we respond to these failures truly defines our character. The Stoics saw these moments not as reasons for despair, but as opportunities for revelation and growth. In our contemporary society, there is often pressure to project an image of perfection, showcasing our triumphs while hiding our defeats. Yet the Stoic approach teaches us a different way, to embrace our mistakes as maps for self-development. By choosing to keep unlearned lessons private, the Stoics were not evading their responsibilities or hiding from their failures. Instead, they were engaging in a deep and intimate process of reflection. Each failure was not seen as an end, but as a beginning, a new chapter in the ongoing quest for virtue and wisdom. Like an artist who turns a mistake into a crucial part of their work, the Stoics turned their failures into foundations for growth. In a world where oversharing and overexposure are common, the Stoic stance reminds us of the value of introspection and the dignity of silence. By not publicly sharing every misstep, we allow ourselves the space to understand and internalize the lessons. This private reflection fosters a more profound personal growth as we learn to navigate our lives with greater wisdom and resilience. Embracing this Stoic principle means recognizing the power of silent self-improvement. It is an acknowledgement that true strength lies not in the absence of failure, but in our ability to learn and grow from it. By keeping our unlearned lessons private, we protect the sacred process of personal transformation, allowing ourselves to emerge wiser and more virtuous. Number 3, good deeds. True kindness, according to the Stoics, should be like a gentle candle that silently illuminates a dark room. It warms and lights up everything around it without seeking recognition or applause. In a world driven by self-promotion and public validation, the Stoic perspective on good deeds is a refreshing reminder of genuine altruism. The Stoics believed that the essence of kindness lies in its quiet and subtle nature. Acts of compassion and generosity should stem from a sincere desire to do good, not from a need for external validation. By broadcasting our good deeds, we risk turning them into spectacles, seeking the fleeting warmth of applause rather than the enduring glow of true benevolence. Keeping our good deeds cloaked in anonymity provides us with a sacred moment of reflection and pause. It allows us to question whether our actions were motivated by genuine compassion or a desire for praise. This introspective analysis becomes a catalyst for personal improvement, guiding us towards more authentic and selfless acts of kindness. The Stoic wisdom envelops us with its essence, reminding us that often the greatest acts of kindness are those offered without expecting anything in return. By keeping our good deeds private, we cultivate a deeper connection with our values and principles. We learn to act out of pure intent, fostering a sense of inner tranquility and fulfillment. In embracing this Stoic principle, we recognize that true kindness does not seek the spotlight. It manifests in quiet, authentic gestures that enrich our lives and the lives of others. This timeless wisdom encourages us to be guardians of our own integrity, performing acts of compassion with humility and grace. Number 4, deepest dreams. Imagine holding a rare and delicate seed in the palm of your hand, representing your most intimate dreams and aspirations. How would you protect it from the harsh winds and storms that could prevent it from sprouting? The Stoics, with their profound wisdom, saw our goals and dreams as these precious seeds, destined to be planted in the fertile depths of our souls, far from the storms of others' opinions and criticisms. Exposing our dreams to the world too early can be detrimental. The cold of skepticism or the heat of ridicule can extinguish the flame of a dream prematurely. The Stoics celebrated self-sufficiency as an invaluable gem. True wisdom and accomplishment are not chalices to be displayed, but internal wells from which one can always draw strength and purpose. Choosing silence about our grand goals is not an act of shyness, but a deliberate choice to walk with humility, avoiding the pride that sometimes blinds us. The Stoic legacy speaks to the heart, teaching us that there's no need to shout our dreams from mountaintops. Instead, we should protect them, cultivate them, and watch them flourish in their silent and majestic glory. This safeguard is an invitation to rediscover the strength that resides within us. It reminds us that at times, the most precious treasures are those we keep just for ourselves. By keeping our deepest dreams private, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from external interference. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to nurture our aspirations in a safe environment, ensuring their growth and fulfillment. Number 5, next steps. Picture a chess master moving their pieces silently while their opponents attempt to decipher their next moves. This is the path of the Stoics. They understood that by revealing every move in their lives, they could be subject to the whimsical winds of external judgment, often laden with criticism, envy, and even malicious intentions. At the heart of Stoic philosophy lies the virtue of self-sufficiency. Why depend on the fleeting applause of an audience when true strength resides in the inner theater of the mind? By keeping their life strategies to themselves, the Stoics were not simply concealing their plans, but strengthening their inner core of confidence, independent of the tides of opinion that flow around them. This leads us to humility, a subtle yet profound quality that the Stoics fervently upheld. Revealing grand strategies could easily be interpreted as a cry of arrogance, a triumphant announcement of superiority. By choosing discretion, they struck a balance between ambition and humility, ensuring that their steps were steady but not presumptuous. The Stoic tradition presents us with a rich perspective on the value of secrecy. It teaches us that protecting our goals is more than just a strategy. It is a way to fortify our being, to honor our self-sufficiency, and to walk with humility in a world where external validation seems to be the currency. The Stoics invite us to look inward, find our internal compass, and tread our own path with confidence and wisdom. Number 6, criticizing others. Criticizing others is like throwing stones into a calm lake, creating ripples that disturb the serenity of the water. The Stoics understood that engaging in judgments and criticisms was a diversion from their own internal mirror, wasting precious energy on matters beyond their sphere of influence. Instead of pointing fingers, the Stoics chose to extend a hand, guiding themselves with empathy and compassion. They recognized that every person is a universe filled with internal and external battles, joys and sorrows, victories and defeats. Criticizing another person would be a failure to acknowledge the richness and complexity of the human condition. The Stoics realized that criticism, instead of building bridges, often erected walls, leading to discord and separation rather than peace and harmony. Stoic wisdom sends us a clear and timeless message. We must be guardians of our words and thoughts. Instead of focusing on the faults of others, let's turn our gaze to our own reflection, seeking growth and virtue within ourselves. In a world where criticism is easily launched, Stoic teachings inspire us to embrace understanding, acceptance, and kindness. By choosing to refrain from criticizing others, we foster a culture of empathy and respect. We cast stones of empathy into the lake of humanity, appreciating the waves of positivity they generate. This approach not only enhances our own tranquility, but also contributes to a more harmonious and compassionate world. Number 7, the doubts and uncertainties. Picture yourself in a vast forest where each tree represents a doubt and each shadow an uncertainty. Instead of shouting your hesitation to the world, you choose silent introspection, seeking answers within your own soul. This is the path of the Stoics. At the core of Stoic philosophy is the recognition that confidence isn't a flag to be waved in front of the world, but an inner beacon that guides our way. Constantly revealing our doubts to the world is like exposing a lighthouse to a torrential rain. It can silently extinguish the light of our inner strength. The Stoics believed that true confidence is found in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By bearing all uncertainties, we can strip the soul of its dignity and solidity, making us vulnerable to the shifting opinions and judgments of others. Therefore, always choose when and with whom you will share your vulnerabilities. While many seek answers in the clamor of the external world, the Stoics understood the importance of silence and introspection. They believed that often the answers to the deepest questions resonate in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By harboring certain uncertainties, we cultivate deeper reflection and a more intimate connection with our essence. In summary, Stoic wisdom whispers precious advice amidst the storms of doubt. There's no need to shout your uncertainties to the world. By embracing silence, modesty, and introspection, we find a safe route through the forest of uncertainties, guided by the internal beacon of our confidence and understanding. Number 8, health issues. Health is a deeply personal and often delicate matter. Sharing health problems can sometimes draw unwanted sympathy or concern, which may not always be beneficial. The Stoics, ever wise in their approach to life, understood the importance of managing health issues privately, allowing for a more focused and resilient approach to overcoming challenges. In the Stoic view, health is a part of the natural ebb and flow of life, subject to the same principles of acceptance and equanimity that apply to all other aspects of existence. By keeping health matters private, we avoid the pitfalls of public pity or misguided advice, which can distract from the true task at hand, maintaining a balanced and composed mind while addressing physical ailments. Consider the metaphor of a tree weathering a storm. It bends and sways, but remains rooted and resilient. Similarly, managing health issues privately allows us to maintain our inner strength and focus. It fosters a sense of self-reliance and determination, qualities that are crucial in navigating the trials of illness. Furthermore, the Stoics believed that true resilience is built in the quiet, steadfast handling of adversity. By not sharing every detail of our health struggles, we preserve our energy and direct it towards healing and self-improvement. This approach cultivates a mindset of inner fortitude and tranquility, enabling us to face health challenges with grace and dignity. In embracing this Stoic principle, we learn to view health issues as opportunities for personal growth and reflection. We develop a deeper understanding of our bodies and minds, fostering a harmonious balance that supports overall well-being. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that true strength lies in our ability to face life's challenges with quiet resilience and unwavering composure. Number 9, financial status. Discussing one's financial situation, whether it is wealth or lack thereof, can incite envy or pity, neither of which are conducive to personal tranquility. The Stoics, who valued inner peace above all else, understood that financial matters should be managed quietly and with discretion to maintain a balanced and content life. In the Stoic perspective, true wealth is not measured by the accumulation of material possessions, but by the richness of one's character and the tranquility of one's soul. Broadcasting our financial status can lead to unnecessary comparisons and judgments, which distract us from cultivating inner virtue and contentment. It can also create unrealistic expectations or pressures, both from ourselves and from others. By keeping financial matters private, we avoid the traps of envy and pride. We focus instead on what truly matters, living a life of purpose and integrity. Financial ups and downs are a natural part of life's journey, and the Stoics teach us to approach them with equanimity without attaching our self-worth to external measures of success or failure. Consider the metaphor of a calm lake. Its surface may be ruffled by the wind, but its depths remain serene and undisturbed. Similarly, by maintaining discretion about our financial status, we cultivate an inner calm that is resilient to the changing tides of fortune. We learn to find satisfaction in simplicity and to appreciate the deeper, non-material aspects of life. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to focus on what we can control, our attitudes, our actions, and our inner state. By managing our financial status privately, we uphold the values of humility, prudence, and contentment, ensuring that our lives are guided by principles rather than possessions. Number 10, achievements. Displaying external triumphs can nurture ego and pride, diverting focus from true inner growth. The Stoics believed that true fulfillment was not found in public accolades, but in the quiet pursuit of wisdom and virtue. Every achievement, according to Stoic philosophy, should be an internal milestone, celebrated within rather than flaunted without. Imagine diving into the depths of your own soul. For the Stoics, the pursuit of wisdom and virtue resembled this profound journey. They believed that true fulfillment wasn't in displaying external triumphs, but in introspection and continuous evolution. Every challenge, every struggle was fought not in public arenas, but in the silent landscapes of the spirit. Discussing victories publicly can foster ego and vanity, which can become barriers to true virtue. The Stoics taught that obsession with external recognition ties us to chains of pride, trapping us in the empty pursuit of fleeting applause. This path is filled with disappointment, as external accolades are temporary and often beyond our control. However, the Stoics offered a precious teaching. True achievement isn't the one that stops to be admired, but the one that silently transforms the community, nurturing noble values like justice, compassion, and wisdom. Wealth for these ancient sages wasn't accumulated in vaults, but in the depths of a balanced and serene soul. Instead of celebrating triumphs or withering in defeat, the Stoics embraced a quiet acceptance of all the whims of life. They invited us to recognize that the dance of existence is orchestrated by melodies often beyond our control. In this remarkable silence, we find a deliberate choice, a commitment to genuine greatness. By keeping our achievements private, we focus on living with integrity and dedicating ourselves to the collective good. The legacy of the Stoics teaches us that humility, sincerity, and the ceaseless pursuit of wisdom are the true pillars of a life worth living. Number 11, resentment. Have you ever felt trapped in a web of emotions, where each thread is a bitter memory, a grudge that refuses to fade? The timeless wisdom of Stoicism invites us to reflect deeply on the invisible weight of resentment. To these ancient philosophers, harboring resentment was like an anchor, preventing the spirit from sailing freely through the seas of life. The Stoics believed that resentment is an invisible chain that binds us, limiting our freedom and inner peace. It is fascinating to realize that often resentment springs from misunderstanding and can imprison us in a cycle of bitterness. The Stoics encouraged us to seek the origins of others' actions, to understand before we judge. Forgiveness, then, is not just an altruistic gesture, but an act of profound wisdom that unravels the mysteries of the human soul and frees us from the chains of negativity. Anger and resentment are sentient poisons, flames that, when fed, consume our tranquility and well-being. On the other hand, by choosing the path of forgiveness and understanding, we find an oasis of serenity and peace. Guided by Stoic wisdom, we are reminded of a universal truth. Forgiveness is the key to our own freedom. It is a beacon that guides us through emotional storms and offers us refuge in the harbor of serenity. By embracing this lesson, we discover that at times the greatest strength lies in letting go, in freeing ourselves from the chains of the past and sailing toward a horizon of understanding and peace. Number 12, moments of solitude. While many seek to fill every second with stimuli and interactions, the Stoics found strength in quietude. They didn't view solitude as a void to be filled, but as a sanctuary where the mind could dance freely, unshackled by the opinions of others. Contrary to what many may think, the Stoics did not shun solitude. They embraced it as a time for deep reflection and connection with their inner universe. In their moments of retreat, the Stoics did not feel isolated, but connected to a rich inner world filled with insights. It was in this stillness that the deepest thoughts arose, unpolluted by external noise. In the current landscape, where validation through social media has become a priority for many, Stoic philosophy invites us to reevaluate these priorities. By moving away from the constant need for exposure, we find a space where our soul can breathe. It is in this deep silence that we discover the melody of our essence, a sound that doesn't need to be shared but only felt in its purity and truth. Moments of solitude become precious opportunities to listen to our inner voice, to understand our deepest desires and fears, and to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose. Embracing solitude as a sacred space for reflection and growth allows us to strengthen our inner resilience. We learn to appreciate the value of silence and the wisdom it brings. This Stoic approach encourages us to find strength in our own company, to be comfortable with ourselves, and to draw upon the profound insights that solitude can offer. Number 13, challenges not overcome. In the Stoic path to wisdom and virtue, every step is filled with meaning. The deviations and stumbling blocks are not mere obstacles. They carve the soul, shape character, and teach about the true nature of grandeur. For the Stoics, It wasn't the visible triumph that counted, but the internal battles, often invisible, that determined a person's inner strength. However, the Stoics advised against speaking about challenges not overcome. The answer lies in their astute perception of human nature. They believed that ego and pride could cloud our vision, making us blind to true virtue. The relentless pursuit of external recognition and praise could indeed be a veil that hides our true potential. The Stoics didn't value achievements that could be easily displayed as trophies. They sought true glory in acts that elevated humanity, acts rooted in values like justice, generosity, and wisdom. Real wealth for them wasn't in the shine of gold, but in the radiance of a morally upright character and a tranquil soul. The philosophy of loving fate, or immortality, was fundamental to this understanding. The Stoics didn't despair in the face of adversity. Instead, they balanced the taste of victory and defeat with equanimity, aware that the tapestry of life is woven with threads of circumstances often beyond our control. By keeping our struggles private, we allow ourselves the space to process and grow from them without the pressure of external judgment. Number 14, deepest plans. The understanding that there's no need to shout your plans to the world is a powerful weapon. The Stoics understood something that many of us forget. Discretion is not a weakness, but a strength. For them, every plan or goal was like a delicate seed that needed to be nurtured with care and protection. By avoiding the premature exposure of these plans, they ensured that they had the ideal environment to grow and flourish, away from the storms of doubt, envy, or public scrutiny. Today, in an age of overexposure where every move is documented and shared, Stoic philosophy invites us to rethink how we handle our ambitions. It shows us that true power often resides in what is kept secret, not because we are evasive, but because we recognize the importance of nurturing our dreams in a safe environment. Silence for the Stoics was not empty. It was full of potential, possibilities, and hope. It was the fertile ground where their dreams could grow undisturbed. Amidst the chaos of our modern era, we can find inspiration in these ancient sages. By protecting our deepest plans, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from interference. This Stoic wisdom teaches us that true magic lies not in what we declare to the world, but in what we quietly achieve in the recesses of our determination. It is an invitation to cultivate patience and resilience, to trust in the natural unfolding of our ambitions, and to find strength in the silence that protects our most cherished dreams. Number 15, personal beliefs and values. While it is important to have strong personal beliefs and values, constantly discussing them can lead to conflicts and alienation. The Stoics believed that living by example is more powerful than proclaiming one's beliefs loudly. Our personal values are like a compass that guides our actions and decisions, shaping our character and the way we interact with the world. When we share our beliefs too openly, we risk turning them into subjects of debate and contention rather than sources of personal strength and guidance. The Stoics taught that true conviction does not need external validation. It stands firm in the quiet confidence of one's own heart and mind. By living our values rather than broadcasting them, we demonstrate the principles we hold dear through our actions and behavior. This approach fosters a sense of inner peace and stability, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with clarity and purpose. It also encourages respect and understanding in our interactions with others, as we refrain from imposing our beliefs on those around us. Instead, we create an environment where diverse perspectives can coexist harmoniously, enriching our collective experience. In a world where beliefs and values are often shouted from every platform, The Stoic wisdom of quiet conviction serves as a powerful reminder. By keeping our personal beliefs private, we honor the sacredness of our inner compass, allowing it to guide us with unwavering strength and integrity. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on living our values authentically, inspiring others through our example rather than our words. As we've journeyed through the wisdom of the Stoics, it becomes clear that guarding certain aspects of our lives isn't about secrecy. It's about nurturing our deepest values and aspirations in a sanctuary free from external noise. By keeping these 15 subjects private, we cultivate a space where our inner strength can grow undisturbed, leading to a life of greater wisdom, tranquility, and resilience. Imagine a life where your achievements, dreams, and challenges are protected and cherished, allowing you to evolve into the best version of yourself. This is the timeless gift that Stoic philosophy offers, a path to profound personal growth and unshakable inner peace. If you found value in these insights and are inspired to apply them to your own life, I invite you to like this video and subscribe to our channel. By joining our community, you'll continue to receive powerful wisdom and practical guidance to navigate life's complexities with grace and strength. Share your thoughts in the comments below and let us know which of these Stoic principles resonated most with you. Together, let's cultivate a life of deeper meaning and enduring fulfillment. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more enlightening content from our channel. Remember, true wisdom often lies in the quiet places we protect within ourselves. Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, navigating life's challenges with unshakable resilience, and finding peace amidst chaos. What if the secret to such a life lies in the wisdom of a Roman emperor? Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, left behind timeless advice that has guided individuals through centuries. His insights, carved out of his meditations during the twilight of the Roman Empire, hold the key to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. In the hustle and bustle of our modern world, we often lose sight of the principles that can ground us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom offers a beacon of light, reminding us of what truly matters. Each piece of advice is a gem, crafted to help us live with greater clarity, purpose, and inner peace. Join me as we delve into 12 powerful lessons from Marcus Aurelius, lessons that can transform your life. From embracing adversity to practicing mindfulness, these principles will equip you with the tools to face any challenge and thrive in every aspect of your life. Let's embark on this journey of Stoic wisdom and uncover the profound impact it can have on our daily lives. Number 1, live in accordance with nature. Imagine the tranquility of a river flowing effortlessly through the landscape, or a tree growing steadily towards the sky. This harmony with nature is what Marcus Aurelius urges us to emulate in our own lives. To live in accordance with nature means to accept the natural flow of events, understanding that everything happens for a reason. It is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and aligning our actions with the greater order of the universe. By resisting this natural order, we invite unnecessary suffering. When we fight against what is, we create turmoil within ourselves. Instead, we should strive to understand our place in the world and work in harmony with it. This doesn't mean passivity, rather it calls for active participation in life with a deep sense of acceptance and purpose. Embrace the events of your life, both good and bad, as necessary parts of your journey. Accepting the ebb and flow of life brings a sense of peace and resilience. It allows you to respond to challenges with grace and to appreciate the beauty of existence in all its forms. By living in accordance with nature, you cultivate inner tranquility and wisdom, navigating life with a steady and calm mind. Number 2, control your perceptions. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words from Marcus Aurelius remind us that our perceptions shape our reality. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. To live a Stoic life is to master the art of controlling our perceptions. When faced with adversity, our initial reaction is often emotional and impulsive. We allow our judgments to cloud our vision, leading to unnecessary distress. Instead, we should strive to pause, reflect, and see things as they truly are. This practice helps in maintaining a clear and objective mind, free from the turmoil of unfounded fears and anxieties. Imagine a stormy sea. If you're tossed around by every wave, you will never find peace. But if you learn to navigate through the storm, you will find calm, even amidst chaos. Similarly, by controlling your perceptions, you remain centered regardless of external circumstances. You become the master of your mind, capable of choosing responses that align with wisdom and virtue. Remember, your mind is a powerful tool. Use it to shape a reality that reflects calmness, strength, and resilience. By controlling your perceptions, you reclaim your power and move through life with grace and fortitude. Number 3, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in the moment. It is about engaging with the here and now without being distracted by the past or the future. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of this practice, urging us to focus on what we are doing and give it our full attention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts and activities. We often find ourselves multitasking, spreading our attention thin and missing out on the richness of the present moment. Mindfulness calls us back to the simplicity and clarity of focusing on one thing at a time. When you're mindful, you bring a deep sense of awareness to your actions. Whether it's a mundane task or a significant endeavor, you approach it with the same level of attention and care. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also fosters a sense of fulfillment and peace. Consider a craftsman who pours his heart into his creation, fully immersed in the process. His dedication transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Similarly, by practicing mindfulness, you elevate your daily experiences, finding joy and meaning in each moment. Embrace mindfulness as a way to connect deeply with your life, cultivating a presence that is both serene and powerful. Number 4, accept impermanence. Impermanence is a fundamental truth of life that Marcus Aurelius urges us to accept. Everything in existence, including our own lives, is temporary. This realization can be both sobering and liberating. By accepting impermanence, we reduce our attachment to things and people, and in doing so, we minimize suffering. Imagine holding sand in your hand. The tighter you grasp, the more it slips away. But if you hold it gently, you can appreciate its presence without the fear of losing it. Similarly, by accepting the transient nature of life, you learn to cherish each moment without clinging to it. This acceptance doesn't mean indifference. On the contrary, it deepens your appreciation for the present and the people around you. You become more compassionate, understanding that everyone is on their own unique journey, subject to the same impermanence. You also become more resilient, knowing that challenges and hardships are temporary and will pass. By embracing impermanence, you free yourself from the chains of fear and attachment. You learn to live more fully, appreciating the beauty and fragility of life. This wisdom allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace finding peace in the ever-changing flow of existence. Number 5, be virtuous. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the cultivation of virtue. Wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the cornerstones of a good life. These virtues are not just moral guidelines, but practical tools for navigating the complexities of existence. Wisdom involves the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. It is about seeking the truth and making informed decisions. Courage is the strength to face adversity and take action, even when it is difficult. Justice is about treating others fairly and with respect, recognizing the inherent value in every person. Temperance is the practice of self-control, balancing desires and impulses to maintain harmony. Living a virtuous life requires constant effort and reflection. It is a commitment to growth and integrity, striving to align your actions with your highest values. This path is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. Consider the impact of these virtues on your daily life. Wisdom guides your choices. Courage propels you forward. Justice fosters meaningful relationships, and temperance keeps you grounded. By embodying these principles, you become a source of strength and inspiration to others, creating a ripple effect of goodness in the world. Number 6, work for the common good. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we are all part of a larger community. Our actions have an impact beyond ourselves, and we have a responsibility to contribute to the common good. This sense of duty transcends self-interest, calling us to act with compassion and generosity. Imagine a beehive where each bee works tirelessly not just for its own benefit, but for the survival and prosperity of the entire colony. Similarly, we should strive to support and uplift those around us. This can be through small acts of kindness, volunteering, or simply being a reliable and considerate person. Working for the common good creates a sense of purpose and fulfillment. It connects us to others, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect. It also cultivates a sense of humility as we recognize that we are part of something greater than ourselves. By prioritizing the well-being of others, you enrich your own life. You develop deeper relationships, experience the joy of making a difference, and contribute to a more compassionate and just world. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide your actions, creating a legacy of goodness that extends far beyond your own life. Number 7, embrace adversity. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, but Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view it as an opportunity for growth. Challenges and obstacles are not merely setbacks, but valuable lessons that strengthen our character and resilience. Consider the process of forging steel. It must endure intense heat and pressure to become strong and durable. Similarly, adversity can forge our inner strength, helping us to develop qualities like patience, perseverance, and wisdom. Each challenge faced and overcome makes us more robust and capable. When confronted with difficulties, it's natural to feel disheartened. But instead of succumbing to despair, we can choose to see adversity as a chance to prove our mettle. This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into stepping stones, leading us to greater heights. Embracing adversity also builds resilience, enabling us to bounce back from setbacks with greater ease. We learn to adapt, to find solutions, and to remain steadfast in our pursuits. This resilience not only benefits us, but also inspires those around us, showing them that strength and growth are possible even in the face of hardship. Adopt a Stoic approach to adversity, viewing it as a teacher and ally. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of strength and optimism, ready to face life's challenges with courage and grace. Number 8, simplify your life. In a world filled with distractions and complexities, Marcus Aurelius advises us to simplify our lives. This means focusing on what truly matters and eliminating the unnecessary. Simplicity brings clarity, peace, and a deeper sense of fulfillment. Think of a cluttered room. It's hard to find what you need, and the mess creates stress. But when you declutter, everything becomes more accessible and the space feels more serene. Similarly, simplifying your life allows you to concentrate on your core values and goals, reducing stress and enhancing your overall well-being. To simplify, start by identifying what is essential, what brings you joy and purpose, what aligns with your values and long-term aspirations. Focus on these aspects and let go of the rest. This might involve decluttering your physical space, setting boundaries in your relationships, or streamlining your daily routines. Simplicity also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. Avoid overcommitting and learn to say no to things that don't serve your higher purpose. This creates space for what truly matters, allowing you to live more intentionally and authentically. By embracing simplicity, you free yourself from the chaos of modern life. You create a life that is rich in meaning, where you can focus on personal growth, relationships, and the pursuit of your true passions. Simplify and discover the profound peace that comes from living a life aligned with your values. Number 9, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that Marcus Aurelius encourages us to cultivate. By regularly reminding ourselves of the things we are grateful for, we shift our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in our lives. This simple yet profound shift can transform our outlook and enhance our well-being. Imagine starting each day by acknowledging the things you are thankful for. It could be the warmth of the sun, the support of a loved one, or the opportunity to pursue your passions. This practice of gratitude helps you to see the positives, even in challenging times, and fosters a sense of contentment. Gratitude also deepens our connections with others. When we express appreciation, we strengthen our relationships and create a positive ripple effect. People feel valued and recognized, leading to more harmonious and supportive interactions. Moreover, gratitude nurtures resilience. In moments of adversity, focusing on what we are grateful for can provide comfort and perspective. It reminds us of our strengths and the resources we have to overcome difficulties. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine. Keep a gratitude journal, share your appreciation with others, or simply take a moment each day to reflect on your blessings. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of abundance and positivity, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. Number 10, maintain self-discipline. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of a Stoic life. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that controlling our impulses and desires is essential for achieving true freedom and living a virtuous life. Self-discipline is not about harsh self-denial, but about making conscious choices that align with our values and long-term goals. Consider the power of self-discipline in shaping your life. It enables you to stay focused on your priorities, resist distractions, and overcome procrastination. It helps you to develop healthy habits, whether it's through regular exercise, mindful eating, or consistent study. These habits build a foundation for a fulfilling and productive life. Self-discipline also enhances your emotional resilience. By learning to control your reactions, you navigate challenges with a calm and steady mind. You become less swayed by fleeting emotions and more anchored in your principles. Imagine a disciplined artist who practices daily, honing their craft with dedication. Their discipline leads to mastery and fulfillment. Similarly, by cultivating self-discipline, you unlock your potential and achieve greater heights in your personal and professional life. Embrace self-discipline as a tool for empowerment. Set clear goals, establish routines, and hold yourself accountable. By doing so, you create a life of purpose and integrity, guided by your highest values and aspirations. Number 11, accept criticism gracefully. Criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how we respond to it can define our growth and character. Marcus Aurelius advises us to accept criticism gracefully, viewing it as a tool for self-improvement rather than a personal attack. When faced with criticism, our initial reaction might be defensiveness or hurt. However, by adopting a Stoic perspective, we can see criticism as an opportunity to learn and grow. It requires humility to acknowledge that we're not perfect and that others can offer valuable insights into our actions and behaviors. Consider the example of a seasoned craftsman. When his work is critiqued, he listens attentively, eager to refine his skills. He understands that constructive feedback is a gift that can help him achieve excellence. Similarly, we should approach criticism with an open mind, discerning its validity and applying it where it can benefit us. Accepting criticism gracefully also strengthens our relationships. It shows that we are willing to listen, learn, and grow, fostering mutual respect and understanding. It demonstrates emotional maturity and a commitment to personal development. Embrace criticism as a path to self-improvement. Listen without judgment. Reflect on the feedback and use it to enhance your growth. By doing so, you cultivate resilience, humility, and a continuous drive towards becoming your best self. Number 12, reflect daily. Daily reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, emphasized by Marcus Aurelius. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and experiences fosters self-awareness and continuous personal growth. This habit allows you to learn from your experiences and make conscious adjustments to your behavior. Imagine ending each day with a few moments of quiet contemplation. You review your interactions, decisions, and reactions, considering what went well and what could be improved. This practice helps you to identify patterns, recognize achievements, and address areas that need attention. Daily reflection also cultivates a deeper understanding of your values and goals. It keeps you aligned with your principles, ensuring that your actions are in harmony with your true self. This alignment brings a sense of clarity and purpose, guiding you through life's complexities with confidence and wisdom. Consider a gardener who tends to his plants each day, observing their growth and making necessary adjustments. Similarly, through daily reflection, you nurture your inner landscape, fostering a life of integrity and meaning. Make daily reflection a non-negotiable part of your routine. Whether through journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation, dedicate time to review and learn from your day. This practice will enrich your life, guiding you towards continuous improvement and a deeper connection with your authentic self. As we wrap up our exploration of Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom, remember that these principles are not just historical artifacts. They are practical tools for a richer, more resilient life. Embracing adversity, practicing mindfulness, and living in accordance with nature are just a few ways you can transform your daily experiences. If you found value in these insights, imagine the impact they can have when applied consistently. Let Marcus Aurelius's teachings be your guide to navigating life's complexities with grace and strength. Your journey towards a wiser, more fulfilling life begins now.
Here are 10 actionable Stoic-inspired strategies to free yourself from external validation and start living boldly. What if the key to a truly free and fulfilled life was just a shift in perspective. How often have you held back, sacrificed joy, or missed opportunities because you feared what they might think? That fear of judgment, that need for approval, it's like a chain keeping you stuck. Here's the truth. No one's opinion matters more than your own. This isn't just feel-good advice. It's a cornerstone of Stoicism. A philosophy that teaches freedom comes from mastering your mind and letting go of what's beyond your control, like others' fleeting opinions. If you're ready to step into your full potential, let's dive in. Your journey to freedom begins now. 1. Understand the dichotomy of control. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine, Sarah. Sarah was always stressed about what her co-workers thought of her. If she wore a new outfit, she'd obsess over whether it was office appropriate. If she presented an idea in a meeting, she'd replay every word later, worrying if someone secretly disagreed. She spent so much energy chasing others' approval that she was constantly drained and deeply unhappy. One day, she shared her frustrations, and I asked her, "Sarah, who controls how they think about you?" She paused. "Well, they do." "Exactly," I said. "But who controls how you show up in that meeting or how you feel about that outfit?" She got it immediately. "I do." This is the dichotomy of control, a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's simple but profound. Some things are within your control and some aren't. Your thoughts, actions and reactions, yours to command. The opinions of others, completely outside your jurisdiction. Why waste time and energy stressing about what you can't control? Think about it. If you spend every day chasing the approval of others, you're giving away your power. It's like running on a treadmill that never stops. No matter how fast you go, you'll never get anywhere. Here's a practical step. Take out a sheet of paper and draw 2 columns. Label one "in my control" and the other "out of my control." Write down a recent situation that's stressing you out and sort the details into those columns. Then focus only on what's in the first column. When Sarah started doing this, she stopped obsessing over what others thought and started focusing on doing her best work. The result? More confidence, less stress, and, ironically, more respect from her co-workers. When you master the dichotomy of control, you reclaim your freedom. Make the choice to focus on your lane, not theirs. That's how you win. 2. Detach from external validation. Let's talk about Michael. He was a rising entrepreneur, launching a new product that had potential to change his industry. But instead of focusing on the value his product brought to the table, Michael was consumed by one thing. What would people say? He agonized over every detail, fearing criticism and rejection. When someone gave him negative feedback, it hit him like a punch to the gut. This is the trap of external validation. You hand over your emotional well-being to others, allowing their opinions to dictate your self-worth. Stoicism teaches us that real value comes from within, from living virtuously, staying true to our purpose, and aligning with our principles, not from the fleeting approval of others. Epictetus said, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." In other words, let people think what they want. Their judgment isn't a reflection of you, it's a reflection of them. Michael eventually shifted his mindset. Instead of worrying about what others thought, he focused on whether his actions aligned with his mission. Did he create the best product he could? Yes. Did he act with integrity? Absolutely. That became his benchmark for success, and it freed him to innovate without fear. Here's your action step. Identify one area in your life where you crave approval. Maybe it's at work, on social media, or in your relationships. Now ask yourself, am I doing this for me or for the applause? Then start shifting your focus inward. Celebrate progress based on your effort and alignment with your values, not the praise of others. Remember, Seeking approval is like chasing the wind. You'll never catch it, and even if you do, it won't last. Focus on building a foundation that can't be shaken, your self-worth. 3. Practice negative visualization. Imagine this. You're walking into a party, excited to see friends and meet new people. But then it happens. That little voice in your head starts whispering, "What if no one likes you? What if you say something embarrassing?" Suddenly you're nervous, awkward, and totally disconnected. Sound familiar? This is where Stoic wisdom can change the game. The practice of negative visualization isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It's about imagining them so you can strip them of their power. The Stoics believed that fear of what could happen often paralyzes us more than the reality itself. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not be disturbed by the opinion of others, for if they are wrong, they need instruction. If they are right, you need to learn." In other words, what's the worst that could happen? Someone doesn't like your outfit. A joke doesn't land. Life goes on. Let me share a quick story. Anna was preparing for a big presentation, terrified she'd mess up and be judged. I asked her, "What's the absolute worst thing that could happen?" She laughed nervously and said, "I could forget my lines and look stupid." "Okay, then what?" I pressed. "Well, I guess I'd apologize, laugh it off, and keep going." Exactly. By walking through her fear, Anna realized it wasn't nearly as scary as she'd built it up to be. Here's your action step. Think of a situation where fear of judgment is holding you back. Imagine the worst-case scenario in detail. Then ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could realistically happen? Can I handle it? Most of the time, the answer is yes. Negative visualization turns fear into a challenge you can conquer. Face it head-on and watch your confidence soar. 4. Adopt the view from above. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Frustration builds as every minute ticks by, and you start spiraling. What will my boss think? Will this ruin my reputation? But then, imagine you're in a plane thousands of feet above, looking down at the same traffic. From that altitude, the cars are tiny dots, and the chaos you felt earlier seems insignificant. This shift in perspective is what Stoics call the view from above. By zooming out, you see how small most problems and opinions really are in the grand scheme of things. Marcus Aurelius frequently meditated on this idea, reminding himself to look at life from a higher vantage point. Consider the vastness of time and space and the smallness of our lives within it. Now, let's apply this to caring about others' opinions. Imagine you're nervous about speaking up in a meeting, fearing judgment, but from the view from above, those opinions are fleeting. A week, a month, or even a year from now, will anyone even remember what you said? Probably not. And if they do, will it really matter? Not likely. Here's a story. My client David was terrified of launching a podcast. He feared people would judge his voice, his ideas, or his credibility. I challenged him to take the view from above. Zoom out, I said. What will this mean in 10 years? If the podcast flops, what's the real impact? He laughed and admitted it wouldn't be a big deal. With that perspective, he launched, and today, his podcast is thriving. Action step. Next time you're overwhelmed by others' opinions, take a moment to meditate on the vastness of the universe. Imagine yourself as a tiny speck in an endless cosmos. Feel the weight of those judgments shrink and fade. The view from above isn't just philosophy, it's power. It reminds you to focus on what truly matters and let go of what doesn't. 5. Embrace impermanence. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the last time someone criticized you harshly? Maybe it was a snide remark from a co-worker or an offhand comment from a friend. Now, think about how much that moment consumed your mind back then. But here's the real question. Does it still matter now? Chances are it doesn't. That's because opinions, like all things, are fleeting. Stoicism teaches us to embrace impermanence, the understanding that nothing lasts forever. Marcus Aurelius captured this wisdom beautifully when he wrote, "Everything we see will quickly perish, and those who see it will perish too." This isn't meant to depress you, it's meant to free you. The judgment you fear today will fade with time, just like the countless worries you've faced before. Here's a story. Claire was a young artist who stopped sharing her work after a few harsh critiques online. She obsessed over the negative comments, letting them overshadow her love for creating. When I asked her to reflect on those comments a year later, she couldn't even remember the details. Why let something so temporary stop you from doing what you love? I asked. She realized she had given power to something that had already faded into the past. Action step. Think about a time you felt judged or criticized. How much does it matter to you today? Now remind yourself that today's challenges will fade just as quickly. Journaling on this regularly can reinforce your understanding of impermanence. When you embrace the fleeting nature of others' opinions, you stop giving them more weight than they deserve. Life is short, too short to let transient judgments hold you back. Focus on what truly matters and let the rest slip away like sand through your fingers. 6. Live according to your values. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of purpose, knowing that your actions align with who you truly are. You're not worrying about impressing others or chasing their approval because you're grounded in your own principles. That's the power of living according to your values. One of the greatest lessons Stoicism teaches is this: your values are your compass. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In other words, don't let the noise of others' opinions distract you from living authentically. The more aligned you are with your core values, the less you'll care about what others think. Let's look at John, a corporate executive. He used to make decisions based on what would gain him praise from his peers and superiors. But deep down, he felt like a fraud because his actions didn't align with his personal beliefs about honesty and integrity. When he finally decided to prioritize his values over external validation, something amazing happened. He felt freer, more confident, and more respected, not because he chased approval, but because people could see he was genuinely himself. Action. Step. Take 10 minutes today to write down your top 3 values. Ask yourself, are my daily actions aligned with these values? If not, what changes can I make to bring my actions closer to my principles? Living according to your values isn't just empowering, it's liberating. When you know you're acting in alignment with your principles, others' opinions lose their grip on you. You're no longer swayed by the wind of approval or disapproval. Instead, you're standing firm, anchored in the foundation of who you truly are. And that, my friend, is the ultimate freedom. 7. Develop inner fortitude. Think about the strongest people you know, not physically, but emotionally and mentally. What sets them apart? It's not that they never face criticism or judgment, it's that they don't let it break them. They've developed a resilience, a kind of inner fortitude that shields them from being shaken by external opinions. Stoicism teaches us that true strength comes from within. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you cultivate discipline, focus, and mental toughness, you become unshakable. Opinions no longer control you because you've built an internal foundation that's stronger than the external noise. Let me share a story. Maria was a young athlete constantly worried about how others viewed her performance. One day her coach said, "Maria, stop playing to the crowd. Play for yourself." Focus on what you can control: your effort, your attitude, your growth. She took that advice to heart and started training harder, focusing solely on improving herself. As her inner confidence grew, her fear of judgment melted away. Eventually, she became a leader on the team, not because she chased validation, but because she embodied strength and self-discipline. Action step. Start small. Pick one daily habit that will challenge you and build your resilience. It could be waking up earlier, sticking to a fitness routine, or journaling about your emotions. Commit to it consistently, even when it's hard. As you develop inner fortitude, you'll find that external opinions matter less and less. You'll stop seeking approval and start standing firm in your own beliefs. Strength isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, one step at a time. When you master this, you'll stop worrying about what others think and start living life on your terms. 8. Practice indifference, amor fati. Imagine being so at peace with life that no amount of criticism, judgment, or negativity can shake you. This isn't some unattainable fantasy. It's the Stoic principle of indifference, or what they call amor fati, love of fate. It's the art of accepting everything that happens, including criticism, as neutral or even beneficial. The Stoics believed that events and opinions are not inherently good or bad. It's our judgment of them that creates suffering. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you embrace indifference, you stop letting others' opinions control your happiness. Criticism becomes just another fact of life, like rain on a cloudy day. You don't curse the rain, you simply accept it and move forward. Take James, for example. He was a writer who dreaded negative reviews. Every time someone criticized his work, he'd spiral into self-doubt. But after studying Stoicism, he started reframing criticism. Instead of seeing it as an attack, he saw it as an opportunity to improve, or simply ignored it if it wasn't constructive. By embracing amor fati, he found freedom. He wrote boldly, unapologetically, and his work flourished. Action step. Think about a recent criticism or judgment you've received. Ask yourself, is this something I can learn from? If yes, take the lesson. If no, let it go. Repeat this mantra. I am indifferent to what I cannot control. When you practice indifference, you reclaim your power. Criticism and judgment no longer define your worth. Instead, they become background noise, a natural part of life that you accept and move beyond. This mindset doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you unstoppable. Embrace amor fati and watch how your world transforms. 9. Limit exposure to negative influences. You've heard the saying, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The truth is, your environment plays a massive role in shaping your thoughts, emotions, and even your self-worth. If you surround yourself with overly critical, judgmental, or toxic people, it's no wonder their opinions weigh heavily on you. The Stoics were very intentional about their associations. Seneca wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." In other words, choose your circle wisely. If your life is filled with people who constantly tear you down or make you question your worth, it's time to reevaluate who deserves your energy. Consider Rachel, a talented designer who worked in a toxic office environment. Every idea she pitched was met with skepticism, and every success was downplayed. She began to internalize their negativity and doubted her abilities. When she finally left that environment and joined a supportive team, everything changed. She thrived, not because she needed approval, but because she wasn't constantly fighting against toxic energy. Action step. Audit your social circle and environment. Make a list of the people or situations that drain you emotionally or amplify your insecurities. Then, Create a plan to limit your exposure to these influences. If you can't cut ties completely, set firm boundaries to protect your mental space. On the flip side, seek out people who inspire, challenge, and support you. Spend time with those who encourage growth and celebrate your authentic self. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Don't waste them on negativity. By consciously curating your environment, you'll feel lighter, more confident, and less burdened by others' opinions. That's how you take back control. 10. Reflect on mortality. Let's get real. Life is short. The Stoics were masters of embracing this truth, not as something to fear, but as a powerful motivator to focus on what truly matters. They practiced memento mori, which means remember you will die. This isn't morbid, it's liberating. When you realize how fleeting life is, you stop wasting time on things that don't matter, like worrying about what others think. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Think about that. If this were your last day on earth, would you really care about a random person's opinion of your hairstyle, your presentation, or your social media post? Of course not. You'd focus on what truly matters, your loved ones, your purpose, and living authentically. Take Tom, for example. He spent years chasing approval in his corporate job, sacrificing his dreams of starting a business. When a health scare forced him to confront his mortality, he realized how much time he'd wasted worrying about things that didn't matter. That wake-up call changed everything. He left his job, launched his business, and never looked back. Today, he says the best decision he ever made was to stop letting fear of judgment hold him back. Action step. Write down 3 things you would do differently if you only had a year left to live. Are you holding back because you're afraid of what others might think? Start taking small steps toward those changes today. When you reflect on mortality, you gain clarity. Life is too precious and too short to be lived according to someone else's expectations. Focus on what truly matters to you and let the rest go. In the end, what will you regret more? Doing what others wanted or living the life you were meant to live? Stopping the fear of what others think isn't just about reducing stress, it's about reclaiming your life. By applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can build confidence, resilience, and inner peace to live authentically. Others' opinions are fleeting, but staying true to your values defines who you are. Which of these strategies resonated most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear them. If this video helped, hit like, subscribe for more personal growth content, and share it with someone who needs a little Stoic wisdom. Thank you for watching. Remember, you have the power to live life on your terms. Let's make it happen. See you next time. Ten disturbing signs. You're surrounded by fake people and how to deal with this problem. In a world filled with social connections, it's easy to mistake proximity for authenticity. Yet, some of the most harmful relationships in our lives come disguised as friendships. These individuals, whom we might call fake people, are not always overtly toxic. Instead, they erode trust and authenticity in subtle but destructive ways. They prioritize appearances, manipulate emotions, and often pursue their self-interest at the expense of others. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, keep company only with those who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best self. Why does recognizing fake people matter? It's not just about avoiding discomfort. These relationships can drain our mental energy, corrode our self-esteem, and distract us from meaningful pursuits. When we allow insincerity to linger in our lives, we compromise our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility by choosing carefully whom we let into our circle. He wrote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do matters. Spotting fake people is about reclaiming this tranquility. The purpose of this article is to help you identify the subtle yet disturbing signs of fake people in your life. Armed with this awareness, you can take purposeful action to protect yourself and nurture relationships that reflect mutual respect and authenticity. In doing so, you align yourself with the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous life, where your energy is channeled toward what truly matters, becoming the best version of yourself and fostering meaningful connections. Recognizing fake people isn't about fostering suspicion, but about practicing discernment. By learning to spot these toxic behaviors, you take a powerful step toward living a life of integrity and emotional freedom. 1. Excessive flattery that feels insincere or manipulative. Flattery, when sincere, can uplift and inspire, but when it's used as a tool for manipulation, it becomes a trap. Fake people often shower others with excessive praise, not to express genuine admiration, but to disarm or manipulate them. As Seneca observed, a flatterer is a friend who is your enemy in disguise. Their words may feel good in the moment, but their intentions are rooted in self-interest. Consider a colleague who constantly praises your work in meetings, but later undermines you to superiors, or a friend who compliments your appearance excessively, but expects favors in return. Their compliments feel hollow, as if they're saying what they think you want to hear, not what they truly believe. This behavior often reveals a lack of authenticity and a desire to manipulate your emotions for their gain. Stoicism teaches us to value truth over comfort. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." In the same vein, it's crucial to seek relationships built on honesty rather than superficial praise. When someone's flattery feels disproportionate or self-serving, pause and question their motives. True friends will offer encouragement grounded in sincerity, not manipulation. To protect yourself, focus on cultivating a strong sense of self-worth that doesn't depend on others' approval. When you value yourself for who you are, you become less susceptible to the allure of empty compliments. Instead, you'll recognize the deeper worth of those who support you with honesty and integrity. 2. Talking behind your back, but acting friendly in person. Few things are as damaging to trust as discovering that someone speaks poorly of you when you're not around. Fake people often maintain a facade of friendliness while sowing discord behind closed doors. This duplicity can leave you questioning your perception and doubting the authenticity of your relationships. Picture a co-worker who greets you warmly every day but criticizes your efforts to others, undermining your reputation. Or a friend who listens to your struggles only to share them as gossip in another circle. These actions reveal a fundamental lack of respect and loyalty. As Epictetus cautioned, first, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Stoic wisdom reminds us to guard our peace by aligning ourselves with those whose actions match their words. Marcus Aurelius advises, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This is a powerful reminder to value truth over appearances. When faced with a two-faced individual, don't internalize their behavior as a reflection of your worth. Instead, recognize it as their failure to live virtuously. To address this, cultivate direct and honest communication. If you suspect someone of speaking behind your back, confront them calmly and assertively. A genuine person will respond with accountability, while a fake one will deflect or deny. Build relationships with those who value integrity and let go of connections that lack mutual respect. 3. Disappearing. When you need support, but showing up during your successes. True friends stand by your side through both triumphs and trials. Fake people, however, have a pattern of vanishing when the going gets tough, only to reappear when there's something to gain. Their loyalty is conditional. tied to how your circumstances benefit them. As Seneca noted, adversity is the truest touchstone of friendship. Imagine reaching out to someone during a personal crisis, only to be met with silence. Later, when you achieve a milestone or success, they're the first to show up, eager to share in the spotlight. Their behavior reveals a lack of genuine care. They value what you can offer them, not who you are. Stoicism teaches us to accept hardships as part of life's natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be surprised. Everything in life is but what you make it." Similarly, the presence of fake people during difficult times shouldn't surprise you. Instead, let it sharpen your discernment. To protect yourself, pay attention to who remains during challenging moments. These are the people who value you unconditionally. Limit your emotional investment in those who disappear when you need them most. By focusing on authentic relationships, you free yourself from the disappointment of unmet expectations and align with Stoic principles of self-sufficiency and resilience. 4. Constantly competing with you or one-upping your experiences. A hallmark of fake people is their inability to celebrate your successes without feeling threatened. They often turn every conversation into a competition, diminishing your achievements to elevate their own. This behavior reflects insecurity and a need for validation at your expense. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Be content with what you are and wish not for what you are not." Imagine sharing an exciting promotion only to hear, "That's nice, but when I was promoted, it was to an even higher position," or discussing a personal milestone only for them to immediately share a bigger accomplishment. Their focus isn't on you, but on how they can outshine you. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what is within our control, our own actions and thoughts. Comparing yourself to others or allowing their comparisons to affect you only leads to unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Recognize that their behavior stems from their own struggles, not your inadequacy. To deal with these individuals, disengage from the competition they create. Avoid trying to match their one-upmanship and instead redirect the conversation to topics of mutual interest or genuine connection. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes as much as their own. By aligning with those who uplift rather than compete, you cultivate a community rooted in mutual respect and shared joy. 5. Showing little interest in your life unless it benefits them. Fake people often display selective interest. They'll engage with you only when they have something to gain. Conversations with them feel transactional, not mutual, leaving you feeling used rather than valued. Seneca captured this dynamic perfectly. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Picture a friend who rarely asks about your life but becomes highly attentive when they need advice, resources, or connections. Once their needs are met, their interest in you quickly fades. This lack of reciprocity reveals their self-centered motives and undermines genuine connection. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate relationships based on shared virtue, not utility. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time on arguing what a good man should be one." True friends invest in your well-being because they care, not because they expect something in return. To address this, observe how others respond when you share your joys and struggles. Authentic friends will engage out of genuine interest, while fake ones will either redirect the conversation to themselves or lose interest. Limit your investment in relationships that lack reciprocity and focus on building connections with people who value you for who you are, not what you can provide. 6. Using gossip or lies to manipulate others' opinions about you. Fake people often rely on gossip and deceit to manipulate others' perceptions of you. They spread half-truths, twist facts, and sow seeds of doubt to undermine your reputation. This behavior reflects their insecurity and lack of integrity. As Epictetus said, "The soul that is enslaved to its passions is tossed by the waves." Consider a co-worker who subtly criticizes you to your boss while maintaining a friendly demeanor toward you, or a friend who spreads personal information you shared in confidence to create drama. These actions are not only hurtful, but also indicative of someone who lacks the moral character to build trust. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning with people who practice virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Fake people often fail this test, and their behavior reveals their character more than it damages yours. To protect yourself, avoid engaging in gossip yourself. By maintaining your integrity, you ensure that their lies hold less power. Confront manipulative individuals calmly and directly when necessary, but don't allow their actions to pull you into a cycle of negativity. Instead, focus on building relationships with individuals who value honesty and transparency. By doing so, you reinforce the Stoic ideal of a life rooted in virtue and resilience. 7. Fake apologies that lack sincerity and accountability. A fake person's apology is often a hollow performance designed to save face rather than make amends. They may say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," deflecting responsibility, or apologize simply to move past the issue without addressing the root cause. As Seneca observed, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." A fake apology underscores the pain of insincere relationships. Consider a friend who dismisses your hurt feelings with, "I didn't mean it like that, but if it upset you, sorry." Their words lack genuine remorse or a commitment to change. Such apologies fail to repair trust or strengthen the bond. Instead, they reveal a deeper unwillingness to prioritize mutual respect and growth. Stoicism teaches us to value actions over words. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time talking about what a good man should be one." A sincere apology involves acknowledgement of harm, accountability, and a genuine effort to change. Fake apologies fail this test, revealing the person's lack of authenticity. To address this, don't let empty words pacify you. Respond by calmly expressing what you need from an apology, such as accountability and change. If the person continues offering insincerity, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. Surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and are willing to take responsibility for their actions, as these are the foundations of meaningful connections. 8. Mimicking your behavior or interests to blend in or gain favor. Fake people often mimic your mannerisms, hobbies, or preferences to gain your trust or approval. While imitation can be flattering when rooted in admiration, it becomes unsettling when it's used manipulatively. Epictetus warned, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Fake people, lacking this self-awareness, adopt others' identities to mask their own insecurities. Imagine a co-worker who suddenly shares your interests, or a friend who starts dressing, talking, or behaving just like you. At first, this might seem like a coincidence, but over time, it becomes clear that their mimicry is a strategy to gain acceptance or leverage. Stoicism teaches us to value authenticity above all. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be yourself, the world will adjust." Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect for each other's individuality, not on forced conformity. To protect yourself, observe whether this person also mirrors others or shifts their behavior depending on who they're with. If their mimicry feels manipulative, create boundaries and focus on authentic connections. Encourage others to embrace their true selves by doing so yourself. When you align with people who value individuality, you foster a community of authenticity and mutual respect. 9. Emotionally draining interactions with little reciprocity. Fake people often engage in relationships that feel one-sided. They may lean on you for emotional support, but disappear when you need help. Interactions with them leave you feeling drained, as they take far more than they give. As Marcus Aurelius noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Fake people disrupt this quality by monopolizing your emotional energy. Consider a friend who constantly unloads their problems on you but dismisses your struggles or changes the subject when it's your turn to talk. Their behavior demonstrates a lack of empathy and reciprocity, hallmarks of an insincere relationship. Stoicism reminds us to guard our inner peace by avoiding unnecessary emotional burdens. Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Fake people often demand more of your time and energy than they're willing to return, leaving you perpetually unsatisfied. To address this, set clear boundaries. Limit the time and energy you devote to relationships that feel draining. Seek connections with people who offer emotional support and balance. By focusing on these authentic relationships, you can preserve your emotional well-being and create a network of mutual care. 10. Prioritizing appearances and status over genuine connection. For fake people, appearances often take precedence over authenticity. They prioritize how things look over how they feel, valuing social status and public image more than meaningful relationships. Seneca's words remind us of the folly in this. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Fake people's obsession with appearances stems from their own insecurities, not genuine value. Imagine a friend who only spends time with you in public, ensuring they're seen with you at social events, but avoiding deeper, private conversations. Or a colleague who flatters you in meetings, but ignores you otherwise. Their actions are about optics, not connection. Stoicism teaches us to focus on substance over form. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be satisfied with what you have and accept the present moment." Genuine relationships thrive on mutual understanding and shared values, not superficial displays of success or popularity. To protect yourself, recognize when someone's actions are more about performance than connection. Prioritize relationships that value honesty and depth over appearances. Surround yourself with people who see your worth beyond status or social clout. By doing so, you align with the Stoic ideal of living a life grounded in authenticity and virtue. Solutions and how to protect yourself. Recognizing fake people in your life is only the first step. The real challenge lies in protecting yourself from their toxic influence while fostering authentic connections. Stoic wisdom offers practical strategies to navigate these challenges with clarity and resilience. 1. Identify and limit interactions. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Once you identify fake people, consciously limit your exposure to their negativity. This doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. Sometimes, especially with co-workers or family members, that's impractical. Instead, create emotional boundaries. For example, avoid sharing personal details with those who have betrayed your trust and engage with them only when necessary. Communicate directly and assertively. Fake people often thrive on ambiguity, so clear, assertive communication can disarm their tactics. If someone exhibits toxic behaviors, address it calmly and firmly. Marcus Aurelius advises, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Approach conversations with compassion, but stand firm in expressing your boundaries. For instance, if a friend constantly gossips, tell them, "I'm uncomfortable discussing others this way." 3. Build a strong support system. A community of authentic, supportive individuals is a powerful antidote to the effects of fake relationships. Seek out people who align with your values and demonstrate loyalty and empathy. Seneca encourages us to associate with people who are likely to improve you. Invest your energy in these relationships and let them reinforce your sense of belonging and self-worth. 4. Practice self-care and emotional resilience. Fake people can drain your emotional reserves, making self-care essential. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Focus on activities that nurture your well-being, such as journaling, meditation, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. Strengthen your inner world so you rely less on external validation. 5. Seek professional guidance when necessary. If fake people have caused significant emotional harm, don't hesitate to seek help. A therapist or counselor can provide tools to navigate these challenges and help you heal. Stoicism doesn't mean handling everything alone. It encourages wisdom in seeking the right resources for growth and recovery. By following these steps, you align with the Stoic principle of cultivating a life rooted in virtue and authenticity. You not only protect yourself from the influence of fake people, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Identifying fake people in your life is not about fostering distrust, but about practicing discernment to protect your peace and well-being. Stoicism reminds us that our inner tranquility depends on the quality of our relationships. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By removing toxic influences and nurturing genuine connections, you create space for growth, resilience, and joy. Recap the signs. Excessive flattery, duplicity, emotional one-sidedness, and a focus on appearances are just a few of the red flags to watch for. Recognizing these behaviors allows you to limit their impact and make room for relationships that truly matter. Remember, you are the guardian of your own well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with people who may improve you and welcome those whom you may improve. Surround yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and inspire you. Finally, embrace your self-worth. You deserve relationships built on trust, honesty, and mutual care. By fostering authenticity in yourself and others, you not only protect your emotional health, but also build a life of deeper meaning and connection. Take this wisdom to heart and let it guide you. Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps spread this message to others who might need it. Subscribe to the channel for more insights on relationships, personal growth, and wisdom inspired by timeless philosophies. And of course, if you think someone in your life could benefit from this, don't hesitate to share it with them. Your support means the world and helps us continue creating content that empowers and inspires. Thank you for being part of this community, and remember, always choose authenticity and protect your peace. See you in the next video.
Here are 10 terrible signs you are in a toxic friendship that you must know. Have you ever walked away from a conversation with a friend feeling drained, betrayed, or even worse about yourself? Toxic friendships are silent energy thieves, and they could be sabotaging your happiness and success without you even realizing it. Here's the shocking truth. Toxic friendships can harm your mental and emotional well-being as much as, or even more than, bad relationships. And the worst part? You might not even see the signs until it's too late. From constant criticism to subtle manipulation, these friendships leave you questioning your worth and doubting your instincts.
Imagine what life would look like if you broke free from these bonds and reclaimed your energy and peace of mind. In this video, we're diving into the 10 terrible signs of a toxic friendship. We'll unpack each one with relatable examples and timeless wisdom to help you spot these red flags and take back control of your relationships. And stick around until the end, where I'll share a Stoic strategy that will empower you to protect your peace, no matter how difficult the situation. Let's get started. 1. Constant criticism and negativity. Friendships should be a source of encouragement and positivity, but when a friend constantly criticizes or demeans you, it becomes toxic. I've been there, excited to share a success or even a small joy, only to be met with sarcasm, judgment, or an outright dismissal. Over time, these small cuts pile up, leaving you questioning your worth or feeling like your achievements are never enough. Stoic philosophy offers a valuable perspective in dealing with such situations. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone habitually criticizes us, their words reflect more about them than us. Their negativity may stem from their own insecurities, frustrations, or inability to celebrate others' successes. Understanding this doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps us not internalize their words. There's also wisdom in Marcus Aurelius's reflection, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. For a long time, I allowed the opinions of others to shape how I saw myself. If they criticized my work or mocked my dreams, I'd question whether I was on the right path. But the Stoics teach us to ground our self-worth internally, not in the unstable approval of others. I learned to step back and ask, is their criticism constructive, or is it just noise? Most of the time it was the latter, but knowing this doesn't mean we should tolerate endless negativity. A true friend's feedback may sometimes be uncomfortable, but it should always come from a place of care and a desire to see us grow. Toxic criticism, on the other hand, is intended to diminish us. Seneca wrote, associate with people who are likely to improve you. If a friendship consistently drags you down, it's worth re-evaluating its place in your life. I began setting boundaries when I recognized this pattern in a past friendship. Instead of confronting their negativity with anger, I calmly expressed how their words affected me. Stoicism taught me to remain composed and intentional in my response. When they didn't change, I chose to limit my interaction with them, not out of spite, but to protect my peace. Ultimately, we can't control how others behave, but we can control the friendships we nurture. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, not those who tear you down. That's not just a wise choice, it's a Stoic one. 2. One-sided effort. A friendship should be a two-way street. When you're the one always reaching out, making plans or offering support, it becomes exhausting and unsustainable. I've had friendships where I felt like the glue holding things together, sending the first text, organizing meetups, or being the listening ear every time they needed to vent. But when I needed someone, there was silence. It felt like running a marathon while they casually strolled beside me. Stoic wisdom reminds us to evaluate relationships through a lens of rationality and fairness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees." A friendship that lacks mutual effort disrupts the harmony of both individuals. It leaves one person depleted while the other benefits without reciprocation. This imbalance is not just unkind, it's unhealthy. I used to justify one-sided friendships, convincing myself that maybe they were just busy or going through something. But Epictetus urges us to focus on what is within our control. Attach yourself to what is in harmony with your nature. If your natural state is to give and connect, yet someone continually neglects your efforts, that misalignment is worth examining. Their behavior isn't something you can control, but your choice to invest in that relationship is. Recognizing one-sided effort doesn't mean immediately cutting someone off. Instead, as the Stoics would advise, approach the situation with clarity and composure. Seneca reminds us, a gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I first communicated openly. I let them know how I felt, calmly and without blame, hoping for a shift. When nothing changed, I reduced my efforts, saving my energy for relationships that felt balanced and rewarding. This wasn't easy. Part of me feared losing the friendship altogether, but the Stoics taught me to accept impermanence. Marcus Aurelius advised, when you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love. I chose to redirect my love and care toward friendships that honored reciprocity, and in doing so, I found deeper fulfillment. Ultimately, a healthy friendship is about mutual care and effort. If you're constantly overextending yourself, pause and reflect. Is this a friendship or a one-sided obligation? Stoicism encourages us to invest wisely, not just in things, but in people. 3. Manipulation and control. Friendship thrives on trust and mutual respect, but manipulation and control poison that foundation. A toxic friend might use guilt, emotional blackmail, or subtle pressure to sway you into doing things their way. I've experienced this firsthand. A friend who would frame every request as a test of loyalty, or who'd act hurt when I set boundaries, making me feel like the villain for prioritizing my needs. Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools to navigate such dynamics. Epictetus reminds us, if someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. Manipulative friends often rely on emotional triggers, guilt, fear, or the desire to please. They count on our reactions to keep control. But when we pause and reflect instead of reacting, we reclaim our power. Their words and actions lose their grip on us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom also applies here. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In my case, I started to recognize the patterns. When my friend used guilt to control me, I asked myself, is this demand reasonable? Would they act the same way if roles were reversed? The answer was often no. By grounding my decisions in reason rather than emotion, I began to see their manipulation for what it was, a tactic, not a truth. It's crucial, however, not to respond to manipulation with anger or retaliation. Stoics advocate for calm and measured action. Seneca wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." When I confronted my friend about their behavior, I did so with composure, explaining how their actions made me feel and why it was affecting our friendship. This allowed me to set boundaries without escalating the situation. Still, not all manipulative relationships can be salvaged. If a friend refuses to respect your autonomy, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Epictetus advises, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. By stepping away, you set a standard for how you deserve to be treated, not just by others, but by yourself. Friendship should empower, not control. If someone's behavior feels like manipulation, it's a sign to reflect, act with integrity, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics would say, you cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. 4. Jealousy and competitiveness. True friends celebrate your victories as if they were their own. But in a toxic friendship, jealousy and competitiveness take the stage. I've been in situations where sharing good news, landing a job, achieving a goal, or even just a small success was met with forced smiles or subtle attempts to downplay my accomplishments. Sometimes they'd turn the conversation back to their own achievements or hint at why my success wasn't such a big deal. After all, Stoicism teaches us that envy is a reflection of inner turmoil, not of the person it's directed at. Seneca wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable." A friend's jealousy often stems from their fear of inadequacy, their struggle with their own goals, or their inability to measure up to their internal expectations. Recognizing this helped me see that their reactions weren't about me, but about their own insecurities. Still, it's not easy to deal with a friend who turns every moment into a competition. Marcus Aurelius provides guidance. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Their envy challenged me to focus on what mattered most, my own values and growth. Instead of seeking their approval, I began asking myself, am I proud of this accomplishment? Does it align with my goals? By shifting my perspective, I became less affected by their behavior. However, that doesn't mean tolerating toxic competitiveness indefinitely. As Epictetus advises, it is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. When jealousy repeatedly overshadowed our friendship, I addressed it. I calmly explained how their reactions made me feel, highlighting that a true friend's joy is multiplied by shared success, not diminished by it. In one case, this conversation improved the friendship. In another, it didn't. When their competitiveness remained toxic, I followed Seneca's wisdom. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. I chose to distance myself from that friendship, not with bitterness, but with an understanding that some relationships aren't meant to last. A friend's jealousy shouldn't dim your light or make you shrink yourself. A genuine friendship is a partnership in growth and joy. When competitiveness replaces camaraderie, Stoicism encourages us to focus on our path, maintain our inner tranquility, and seek relationships that uplift rather than undermine us. 5. Disrespecting boundaries. Healthy friendships. Respect personal boundaries, but toxic ones often disregard them. Maybe it's a friend who constantly interrupts your downtime, insists on knowing every detail of your life, or pressures you into situations you're uncomfortable with. I've been in friendships where saying no felt impossible because it would lead to guilt trips or passive-aggressive comments. Over time, this eroded my sense of autonomy and left me feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism reminds us that boundaries are essential for maintaining our inner peace. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Recognizing your own values, needs, and limits is the first step in setting boundaries. If you don't know what you stand for, it's easy for others to impose their expectations and desires on you. Marcus Aurelius offers wisdom for handling such situations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This doesn't mean letting others walk all over you. It means understanding that their actions are theirs to own, while your responsibility is to uphold your principles. When I encountered a friend who constantly pushed my limits, I had to practice self-discipline. Instead of reacting emotionally, I calmly and firmly restated my boundaries. Setting boundaries in a Stoic way means doing so without anger or resentment. Seneca advised, anger, an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured. When my friend ignored my boundaries, I chose not to retaliate, but to explain why those boundaries mattered. I said, I value our friendship, but I also need time to recharge. Or, I feel uncomfortable when you pressure me into decisions I'm not ready to make. This approach preserved my dignity and communicated my needs clearly. Sometimes, however, even after setting boundaries, the behavior doesn't change. In those cases, the Stoics teach us to accept what we cannot control. Epictetus reminds us, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. If a friend consistently disrespects your limits, it's okay to distance yourself. Doing so isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. Friendships thrive on mutual respect. When someone dismisses your boundaries, it's a sign that the relationship may not be as healthy as it should be. Stoicism empowers us to assert our values, protect our peace, and cultivate relationships where boundaries are honored. 6. Lack of empathy. A true friend listens, understands, and empathizes when you share your struggles or joys. But in a toxic friendship, empathy is often missing. You may notice they brush off your feelings, quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, or even mock your vulnerability. I've been in friendships where opening up felt pointless because I knew my emotions wouldn't be met with care or understanding. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of understanding others while maintaining our own peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question. What fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize? This wisdom taught me to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration. A friend's lack of empathy might stem from their own struggles or a lack of emotional awareness. Recognizing this can help us avoid taking their indifference personally. However, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating such behavior endlessly. Epictetus advises us to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. When a friend consistently shows a lack of empathy, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. I realized that surrounding myself with people who cared about my feelings made a significant difference in my well-being. One way to address this issue is by modeling empathy yourself. Seneca wrote, wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. When I noticed a friend's lack of empathy, I chose to respond to their struggles with understanding, even when they didn't reciprocate. This approach sometimes encouraged them to mirror that behavior back to me. But when it didn't, I understood that their emotional limitations were not my responsibility to fix. If a lack of empathy persists, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you can leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. Life is too short to invest deeply in relationships that lack mutual care and understanding. Choosing to step away isn't about anger. It's about prioritizing your mental and emotional health. Empathy is the cornerstone of meaningful friendships. If someone consistently disregards your emotions, it may be time to distance yourself and seek connections that honor mutual understanding and support. Stoicism reminds us to act with kindness, but also with clarity and self-respect. 7. Gossiping about you. Trust is the foundation of any friendship. But when a friend gossips about you, spreading personal details, sharing secrets, or speaking negatively behind your back, it feels like a betrayal. I've experienced this before, discovering that someone I trusted had been sharing my vulnerabilities with others. It was like being stabbed in the back by someone who was supposed to have my best interests at heart. Stoic philosophy offers a steadying perspective in such moments of betrayal. Epictetus reminds us, what other people say about you is not your concern. Your concern is what you think about yourself. While gossip can sting, it's important not to let it define your self-worth. Their words reflect their character, not yours. When I learned about a friend's gossip, I reminded myself that their actions were a result of their insecurities, not a judgment of my value. Seneca advises, if you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich. This principle taught me to detach from the opinions of others, including friends. Instead of obsessing over what they said or why they said it, I focused on whether I had acted in alignment with my own values. If my conscience was clear, their gossip lost its power over me. Confronting gossip requires courage and tact. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." When I approached the friend who had gossiped about me, I stayed calm and direct, explaining how their actions had damaged my trust. Instead of attacking them, I shared my feelings and allowed them to respond. This Stoic approach helped me address the issue without escalating it. Unfortunately, not all friendships recover from betrayal. As Epictetus teaches, he who is not a good friend to himself cannot be a good friend to anyone else. If a friend continues to gossip or fails to take responsibility for their actions, it's okay to walk away. Removing toxic influences from your life is an act of self-respect, not hostility. A true friend safeguards your secrets and speaks well of you when you're not around. If someone consistently breaks this trust, Stoicism encourages us to let go of resentment, protect our peace, and seek relationships built on loyalty and integrity. 8. Draining your energy. Spending time with a friend should leave you feeling uplifted and connected, not exhausted. But with a toxic friend, the opposite often happens. Whether it's their constant negativity, endless drama, or neediness, these interactions can feel like an emotional drain. I've had friendships where I left every conversation feeling more stressed than before, as though my energy had been siphoned away. Stoicism provides powerful insights for navigating such relationships. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. Teach them or bear with them." This reminds us that while it's natural to support a friend in need, there's a balance to maintain. If someone's constant issues are consuming your time and energy, you're not obligated to sacrifice your well-being. Stoicism emphasizes rational decision-making, not emotional martyrdom. One way I addressed this issue was by setting boundaries, something Epictetus often emphasized. He advised, know what you can bear and carry no more than your share. For example, when a friend frequently turned every interaction into a venting session, I calmly but firmly expressed that I couldn't always be available for their emotional unloading. Instead of cutting them off, I suggested specific times we could talk or offered other forms of support, like recommending a therapist or group where they could share their burdens more effectively. Seneca also offers wisdom for handling energy-draining relationships. Associate with those who make a better man of you. If a friendship leaves you feeling depleted instead of inspired, it's a sign to reevaluate its place in your life. I started prioritizing relationships that were more reciprocal, where I felt supported as much as I offered support. It's also essential not to respond with frustration or resentment. Stoicism teaches us to approach challenges with equanimity. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of being annoyed by my friend's behavior, I shifted my perspective. I saw their constant negativity as a reflection of their struggles rather than a personal attack. Ultimately, friendships should bring balance, not exhaustion. If a relationship consistently drains your energy, it's okay to step back and focus on connections that nourish your soul. As the Stoics teach, protecting your peace isn't selfish. It's essential for living a virtuous and fulfilling life. 9. Inconsistent loyalty. Loyalty is the bedrock of trust in a friendship. When a friend's loyalty wavers, being supportive one day and dismissive or hurtful the next, it leaves you walking on eggshells, unsure of where you stand. I've had friends who were dependable in good times but disappeared or acted indifferent during challenges. This inconsistency created doubt and made me question whether I could truly rely on them. Stoic wisdom offers a clear framework for dealing with such situations. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A loyal friend's actions reflect their inner principles. When loyalty is inconsistent, it's often because their priorities, values, or emotions fluctuate. Recognizing this helps you avoid taking their behavior personally. It's not about your worth, but their lack of steadiness. Seneca also advises us to observe relationships carefully. Trust is earned, not given. I've learned that loyalty isn't proven by grand gestures in moments of ease, but by consistency over time, especially during difficulties. When a friend's loyalty faltered, I took a step back and reflected. Were their actions truly aligned with the values of friendship I hold dear? If not, it was time to reevaluate how much energy I invested in that relationship. Addressing inconsistent loyalty requires courage and directness, but it should be done with the Stoic virtue of calmness. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of confronting my friend with anger or blame, I approached the issue with curiosity. "I've noticed you've been distant lately. Is something going on?" This opened the door to understanding rather than conflict. Still, some relationships may not recover. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste what remains of your life on what others think of you." If a friend's inconsistency continues to disrupt your peace, it's okay to step away. This doesn't mean holding a grudge. It means prioritizing friendships that foster mutual trust and reliability. True friendship is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but consistently. If a friend's loyalty wavers, reflect, address the issue calmly, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics teach, focus on cultivating relationships that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth. 10. Undermining your growth. Friendships should inspire and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. However, in a toxic friendship, your growth may be met with subtle sabotage, discouragement, or indifference. I've had friends who reacted to my efforts to improve with dismissive remarks, backhanded compliments, or even outright attempts to pull me back to old habits. It's as though my growth threatened their comfort zone. The Stoics remind us that personal growth is a central part of living a virtuous life. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. A true friend supports this process, but a toxic one often feels left behind or insecure about their own stagnation. Recognizing this helped me see that their attempts to undermine me weren't about my growth. They were about their fear of change. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I reflected on Seneca's advice. Associate with those who help you be your best. A good friend should celebrate your progress and encourage your efforts to improve. I began asking myself, does this friendship align with my values and goals? Does it support the person I want to become? If the answer was no, I knew it was time to reevaluate the relationship. Addressing this issue requires a Stoic approach, calm, rational, and composed. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Instead of accusing my friend of sabotaging me, I explained how their actions or comments made me feel. I shared my goals and why they mattered, giving them a chance to understand and support me. In some cases, this led to a deeper connection as they realized the impact of their behavior. In others, their resistance to change or continued negativity made it clear that the friendship was holding me back. As Epictetus teaches, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Letting go of friendships that undermine your growth isn't easy, but it's necessary for your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity, prioritize our values, and seek relationships that encourage our journey toward self-improvement. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. Toxic friendships can be hard to spot and even harder to let go of, but recognizing these red flags is the first step toward protecting your peace and building healthier relationships. Remember, true friends uplift and inspire, not drain or diminish you. As the Stoics teach us, we can't control how others act, but we can control the company we keep. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating relationships and living a wiser, more intentional life. I'd also love to hear from you. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced any of these signs in a friendship? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that helps all of us grow. Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care of your inner peace. It's worth everything. Here are 10 powerful Stoic strategies to handle criticism like a master. What if you could turn every criticism into a tool for growth instead of a source of pain? These timeless Stoic principles will show you how to stay calm, confident, and in control no matter what life throws at you. Most people crumble under criticism or lash out defensively, but the Stoics knew better. They turned adversity into an advantage. Imagine hearing harsh words and walking away stronger, not defeated. One of these techniques helped Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, lead with wisdom even under constant scrutiny. Another can help you stay composed during the toughest conversations at work or at home. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to handle criticism, but also how to thrive because of it. Whether it's feedback from a boss, a snide remark from a friend, or an online comment that stings, you'll have the tools to respond with grace and grow from every challenge. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before reacting. Criticism can feel like a personal attack, and our initial instinct is often to defend ourselves or retaliate. However, as the Stoics teach, emotions are fleeting and unreliable guides. Taking a moment to pause and reflect can completely shift the way we perceive and respond to criticism. For example, imagine you're presenting a project at work and your manager says, "This isn't what we were expecting." The immediate urge might be to argue, "But I followed your instructions." Instead, take a breath and pause. Say something neutral like, "I'd love to understand more about what you were expecting." This gives you time to compose yourself and opens the door to constructive dialogue. A similar example comes from Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. Despite facing harsh criticism from the Senate, he was known for his composure. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus would listen, reflect, and respond with calmness. His ability to pause allowed him to address concerns thoughtfully, often turning adversaries into allies. In our daily lives, this principle can be applied in personal relationships. If a friend says, "You're always late," the immediate reaction might be defensive. "No, I'm not." But pausing allows us to consider, are they right? How can I improve? This not only diffuses tension, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. Pausing doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. It's the first step in transforming criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for growth. By practicing this, we build the habit of responding wisely, not impulsively, a true hallmark of Stoic strength. 2. Distinguish between fact and opinion. Not all criticism is created equal. Some criticisms are rooted in facts and highlight areas for genuine improvement, while others are mere opinions, often shaped by the critic's biases or emotions. A Stoic knows how to separate the two. For instance, imagine a scenario where you're a writer and someone says, "Your grammar is terrible." This might sting, but it's worth pausing to evaluate. If a specific grammatical mistake is pointed out, it's a factual criticism and an opportunity to improve your skills. On the other hand, if someone says, "I hate your writing style," it's purely subjective. Writing style is personal, and not everyone will resonate with it. A real-life example can be seen in customer service. A barista might receive a complaint like, "This coffee is too bitter." Instead of taking it personally, the barista can evaluate, is the coffee truly bitter due to an error in preparation, a fact, or is the customer expressing a personal taste preference, an opinion? Distinguishing between the two helps the barista either improve or simply accept that not everyone will be satisfied. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on this distinction in his meditations. He reminded himself that many criticisms are opinions, not universal truths, and that others' judgments often reveal more about them than about him. In our own lives, understanding this difference can bring peace. If someone criticizes your appearance by saying, "You look tired," ask yourself, is this based on observable facts, like lack of sleep, or just their perception? Address facts where necessary, but let opinions roll off like water on a duck's back. This clarity keeps your mind focused on growth and shields you from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 3. Embrace criticism as feedback. Criticism, especially when delivered constructively, is one of the most valuable tools for personal growth. However, embracing it requires a shift in mindset. Seeing criticism not as an attack, but as feedback meant to help us improve. Take the example of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced relentless criticism for his repeated failures, with people saying he was wasting his time. Instead of letting their words discourage him, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. By viewing criticism as feedback, he used it to refine his approach, ultimately achieving one of the greatest inventions in history. In a modern workplace setting, consider a scenario where your manager reviews your report and says, "This section isn't clear." Instead of feeling offended, ask, "Can you help me understand which parts are unclear and how I can improve them?" This response not only shows your willingness to grow, but also turns the criticism into actionable insights. A personal example could involve fitness. Imagine your trainer says, "Your form during squats is off." It might feel like a blow to your ego, but instead of reacting defensively, ask for guidance. What can I adjust to improve? This openness leads to better results and shows humility, a key Stoic virtue. The Stoics believed in constantly seeking self-improvement. Epictetus taught that we should welcome feedback, even from those who are harsh or rude, as it reveals areas where we can grow stronger. By embracing criticism as feedback, you shift from a defensive mindset to a proactive one, transforming potentially painful moments into opportunities for growth and excellence. This perspective empowers you to continually refine yourself, becoming the best version of who you can be. 4. Remember your inner fortress. Criticism can shake us if we allow it to. However, the Stoics believed in cultivating an inner fortress, a secure sense of self-worth built on virtues, not external opinions. This mindset helps us weather any storm of negativity with grace and confidence. Consider the story of Eleanor Roosevelt. As First Lady, she faced relentless public criticism, often regarding her unconventional views and advocacy. Yet she famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Her unshakable inner confidence allowed her to continue her work undeterred, focusing on her values rather than seeking approval from others. A more everyday example might involve social media. Imagine posting a photo or opinion online and receiving a harsh comment like, "This is stupid." Instead of internalizing it, remind yourself, my worth isn't defined by this person's opinion. Think about why you posted it in the first place. Perhaps to share something meaningful or to connect with others. Your intention is what matters, not the fleeting judgment of a stranger. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of staying true to one's inner self. In his meditations he wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This reminder to value your judgment over external criticism is central to Stoic resilience. To build your inner fortress, focus on your values, integrity and growth. If you know you're acting with virtue and striving to improve, external criticism loses its power. Like a castle standing tall against the winds, your sense of self will remain steadfast, enabling you to navigate criticism without losing your balance. This inner strength turns critiques into passing breezes, not earthquakes. 5. Seek the kernel of truth. Criticism, even when harsh or poorly delivered, often carries a nugget of truth that can help you grow if you're willing to look for it. The Stoics believed in self-awareness and the courage to confront our flaws. By seeking the kernel of truth in criticism, we turn it into a mirror for self-improvement. For example, consider a scenario where a colleague says, "You're always late to meetings." The word "always" might be an exaggeration, and the tone might feel accusatory. But is there truth in the statement? Reflect honestly. Have I been late recently? If so, why? If the answer is yes, The criticism points to an area for improvement, punctuality, regardless of how it was delivered. A historical example is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, he was often criticized for being indecisive and inexperienced. Instead of dismissing these critiques, he examined them carefully, identifying areas where he lacked knowledge and taking deliberate steps to educate himself. Over time, this humility and openness to feedback made him one of the most respected leaders in history. In personal relationships, a partner might say, "You don't listen to me." While it might feel unfair, asking yourself, "Is there some truth to this?" could reveal moments where you were distracted or dismissive. Acknowledging this truth allows you to work on being more present and attentive. Epictetus encouraged his students to be grateful for honest feedback, even if it stung. He believed that recognizing and addressing our weaknesses is the path to virtue. Seeking the truth in criticism, even when it's unpleasant, shows strength and wisdom. By doing so, you transform critiques into stepping stones for growth, making even your harshest critics unintentional allies in your self-improvement journey. 6. Don't take it personally. One of the most liberating Stoic principles is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than the criticized. By not taking things personally, you free yourself from the emotional weight of others' opinions and maintain clarity in your response. Imagine a scenario at work where a teammate says, "Your idea will never work. It's too risky." It's easy to feel insulted, but consider the critic's perspective. Their reaction may stem from their own fear of risk or past failures, not the merit of your idea. Instead of internalizing their judgment, focus on the facts and move forward confidently. A historical example is Mahatma Gandhi. As a leader advocating for nonviolent resistance, he faced ridicule and harsh criticism from both supporters and opponents. Yet, Gandhi famously said, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." He understood that their words reflected their struggles, not his purpose. This mindset helped him remain focused on his mission despite the noise. In personal relationships, a loved one might say something hurtful like, "You're always so selfish." While it feels deeply personal, pausing to consider their emotional state can help you see that their words might stem from frustration or misunderstanding rather than a true reflection of your character. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When someone criticizes or wrongs you, remember that they act from their own principles, not yours." Recognizing this frees you from reacting defensively and keeps your emotions grounded. By not taking criticism personally, you build a shield of perspective. You gain the power to evaluate words objectively, discerning what is useful and letting go of what is not. This practice protects your peace of mind and ensures you stay true to your values, unaffected by fleeting judgments. Respond with dignity. The Stoics emphasized that how we respond to criticism defines our character more than the criticism itself. Choosing to respond with dignity, calmly and respectfully, reflects emotional maturity and strength, disarming negativity and fostering constructive dialogue. Imagine receiving a harsh critique during a meeting. Your plan is completely unrealistic. The immediate temptation might be to defend yourself or fire back, but responding with dignity might look like this. "I appreciate your feedback. Could you share specific concerns so we can address them?" This approach maintains professionalism, keeps emotions in check, and turns a potentially hostile exchange into a productive conversation. Consider the example of Michelle Obama. As First Lady, she faced severe criticism and even personal attacks. Instead of lashing out, she consistently responded with grace, saying, "When they go low, we go high." Her dignified responses earned her widespread respect and made her a role model for handling adversity. In everyday life, suppose a friend says, "You've changed. You're not the same person anymore." A defensive reaction could escalate the situation, but a dignified response might be, "I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you help me understand what's changed from your perspective?" This not only diffuses tension, but also shows you value the relationship enough to seek clarity. Epictetus advised, "Keep your dignity and composure under all circumstances." Responding with dignity doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means channeling them constructively. When you respond with dignity, you show others and yourself that you are in control of your actions and emotions. Criticism then becomes a test of character rather than a source of conflict. This Stoic approach ensures you remain grounded and graceful, regardless of the circumstances. 8. Let go of what you can't control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what lies within your control and letting go of what doesn't. When it comes to criticism, this principle is invaluable. You can't control others' opinions or how they express them, but you can control how you interpret and respond to their words. For example, imagine you're an artist who recently displayed your work at an exhibition. A visitor remarks, "This piece feels meaningless to me." You could spend hours agonizing over their comment, questioning your talent, or you could remind yourself, their reaction is beyond your control. Your responsibility is to create art that's meaningful to you, not to please everyone. A powerful historical example is Socrates. Known for his unorthodox ideas, he was frequently criticized and mocked in public. Socrates remained unshaken, famously saying, "I am not disturbed that others have different opinions of me. I am only concerned that I not lose my own self-respect." He focused solely on living virtuously, letting go of others' judgments. In everyday scenarios, consider receiving unsolicited advice like, "You should change careers. This isn't going anywhere." While such comments might sting, remind yourself, you can't control their opinions or motivations. What you can control is evaluating whether the advice aligns with your goals and values. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. When you let go of the need to control external perceptions, you gain freedom and peace of mind." By focusing on your own actions and mindset, criticism loses its power to destabilize you. This shift allows you to prioritize your growth and integrity, transforming criticism into background noise rather than a source of anxiety. Surround yourself with wise advisors. Criticism from the wrong sources can be demoralizing or unhelpful. That's why the Stoics valued the company of wise and virtuous individuals whose feedback is grounded in truth and a genuine desire to help you grow. Surrounding yourself with people you trust ensures the criticism you receive is constructive and valuable. For instance, think about professional athletes. A tennis player might receive criticism from thousands of fans and commentators, but they'll turn to their coach for actionable feedback. The coach's insights are rooted in expertise and tailored to the athlete's improvement, making them infinitely more valuable than random opinions. A historical example is Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Despite being surrounded by sycophants, he sought the counsel of trusted advisors who would challenge him constructively rather than flatter him. His ability to invite and embrace honest feedback from the right people contributed to his reputation as a wise and just leader. In your personal life, imagine a situation where you're criticized by a colleague who barely knows you. Their comment may feel unfair or uninformed. Instead of dwelling on it, consult a mentor or a trusted friend. Here's the feedback I received. What's your perspective? Their guidance, grounded in their understanding of your character and abilities, is far more meaningful. Epictetus advised, "Seek the company of those who make you better." When you surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your growth, their feedback becomes a tool for improvement, not a weapon for harm. By prioritizing the wisdom of trusted advisors over the noise of general criticism, you gain clarity and direction. These relationships become a safeguard, ensuring the criticism you act on is relevant, fair, and beneficial, allowing you to grow with confidence and focus. 10. Practice gratitude for the challenge. The Stoics believed that every adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Instead of resenting criticism, they encouraged embracing it with gratitude as a tool for self-improvement. Consider the example of a young chef presenting their signature dish to a renowned critic who responds, "This lacks depth and balance." While the words sting, the chef can choose to feel offended or view this as a valuable lesson. By reflecting on the critique and applying it to their craft, the chef improves and elevates their skills. The critic's harsh feedback becomes a catalyst for greatness. Another powerful example is J.K. Rowling, who faced multiple rejections before finding a publisher for Harry Potter. The criticism she received from publishers could have discouraged her, but instead, she saw it as part of her journey. She was grateful for the chance to refine her work and persisted until she achieved extraordinary success. In daily life, criticism might come from a partner saying, "You never listen to me." While it's easy to react defensively, consider practicing gratitude. I'm thankful they care enough to tell me how they feel. This mindset shifts the focus from personal hurt to an opportunity to improve communication and strengthen the relationship. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be grateful for everything that happens. It's meant for your benefit." Even when criticism feels unjust or harsh, it's a chance to practice patience, humility, and resilience. Gratitude turns moments of discomfort into opportunities for growth. By welcoming criticism as a challenge, you develop a mindset of continuous improvement. Gratitude transforms negativity into constructive energy, helping you rise above obstacles and emerge stronger, wiser, and more self-aware. This approach reflects true Stoic mastery and ensures that no critique is ever wasted. Handling criticism is never easy, but by applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can turn every critique into a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember, it's not the criticism itself, but how you respond that defines you. Whether it's pausing before reacting, seeking the truth in feedback, or practicing gratitude for the challenge, these tools can transform negativity into personal growth. If you found value in these ideas, make sure to like this video to support the channel and help others discover it. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom and practical strategies for living a better life. I'd love to hear from you. What's the most impactful takeaway for you? How have you handled criticism in your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others on their journey. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise and resilient.
12 Stoic rules for a better life. from Marcus Aurelius. Have you ever wondered how to live a life of true purpose and resilience, regardless of the challenges you face? Imagine having the wisdom of one of history's greatest philosopher kings guiding your every step. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor of Rome, left us a treasure trove of timeless wisdom. His principles are not just ancient teachings, but practical, transformative rules that can elevate your life today. Dive into these 12 Stoic rules distilled from Marcus Aurelius's profound insights, and discover how to navigate life's obstacles with grace and strength, embracing each moment with purpose and clarity. Let these lessons be your compass to a better, more fulfilled life. 1. Internal control, mastering your mind. Anxiety and stress are inevitable parts of life, but how we respond to them defines our journey. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that these emotions originate from within. The external world may present challenges, but it is our inner landscape that determines our peace. By mastering our thoughts and emotions, we reclaim control over our lives. Instead of succumbing to panic or despair, we can choose calm and rational responses. This practice of internal control empowers us to face adversity with grace and resilience. Remember, we do not control what happens to us, but we control how we react. Embrace this Stoic principle to transform your inner turmoil into tranquility and strength. 2. Morning routine. Seize the day with purpose. Starting your day with intention and discipline is a hallmark of Stoic practice. Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense responsibilities, began each day early with a clear purpose. He would journal, reflecting on his thoughts and setting the tone for the day. This routine was not just about productivity, it was about aligning with his values and focusing on what truly mattered. By adopting a similar morning routine, you can set a strong foundation for your day. Prioritize your tasks, center your mind, and approach each day with the determination of a philosopher king. Well begun is half done. Let your morning routine pave the way for a successful and meaningful day. 3. Selflessness, leading with compassion. True leadership is not about accumulating power, but about using it for the greater good. Marcus Aurelius demonstrated this through his acts of selflessness during the Antonine Plague. He sold imperial luxuries to aid the suffering citizens, showing that the well-being of his people came before his own comfort. This Stoic principle of selflessness teaches us that real strength lies in compassion and generosity. In your own life, consider how you can put others before yourself. Whether it's through acts of kindness, sharing resources, or simply listening to someone in need, selflessness enriches both the giver and the receiver. Lead with a heart of service, and your influence will extend far beyond your immediate circle. 4. Immediate action, the power of now. Procrastination is a thief of time and opportunity. Marcus Aurelius urged immediate action, emphasizing that we should not defer our good deeds to tomorrow. The wisdom here is clear. Life is uncertain and our time is limited. Why wait to start that project, mend a relationship, or pursue a goal? The Stoic discipline of action teaches us to seize the present moment and take decisive steps towards our aspirations. It's not enough to know what needs to be done. We must act on it. Begin today with whatever small step you can take and watch how momentum builds. The future is shaped by the actions we take now, so embrace the power of immediate action. 5. Amor fati. Embrace your fate. Amor fati, or the love of fate, is a profound Stoic concept. Marcus Aurelius believed that everything happens for a reason and that we should embrace our fate with a positive attitude. Instead of resisting or lamenting our circumstances, we should see them as opportunities for growth and learning. This mindset transforms obstacles into fuel for our inner fire. By accepting and embracing whatever comes our way, we become resilient and adaptable. Life's challenges then become stepping stones to greatness, not hindrances. Love your fate, for it is uniquely yours, and use it to illuminate your path with wisdom and strength. 6. Overcoming obstacles. The path of progress. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This famous Stoic maxim encapsulates a powerful truth. Obstacles are not barriers, but pathways to growth. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that every challenge we face is an opportunity to improve. When we encounter difficulties, we can choose to see them as a chance to strengthen our character and deepen our understanding. This perspective shifts our focus from frustration to resilience. Embrace your obstacles, for they are the crucibles that forge your strength and wisdom. Each impediment is a lesson in disguise, guiding you toward greater heights of achievement and fulfillment. 7. Self-discipline, mastering oneself. True Stoicism demands rigorous self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius emphasized being strict with oneself while being tolerant of others. This principle is about mastering your own impulses, desires, and actions. It's not about controlling others, but about achieving personal excellence. Self-discipline is the foundation of a virtuous life. It allows you to pursue your goals with unwavering focus and integrity. By cultivating self-discipline, you build resilience against distractions and temptations. This inner mastery leads to a life of purpose and clarity. Be your own toughest critic and greatest ally. Through self-discipline, you carve out a path of personal greatness and ethical living. See, community and character, the greater good. The Stoics believed that our highest purpose is to serve the greater good. Marcus Aurelius taught that the fruit of life is good character and acts for the common good. This principle reminds us that our actions should contribute positively to our community and society. By focusing on the well-being of others, we cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Acts of kindness, justice, and service enrich our character and leave a lasting impact on those around us. Strive to be a force for good and let your character shine through your contributions. The legacy of a Stoic is measured by the positive change they bring to the world. 9. Essentialism. Focus on what matters. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to get caught up in trivial pursuits. Marcus Aurelius advises us to ask, is this essential? By doing so, we eliminate unnecessary activities and focus on what truly matters. This Stoic practice of essentialism allows us to channel our energy into meaningful endeavors. It's about doing fewer things, but doing them better. When we prioritize the essential, we enhance our productivity and satisfaction. Reflect on your daily tasks and commitments. Are they aligned with your values and goals? Strip away the non-essential and dedicate yourself to what genuinely enriches your life and the lives of others. 10. Using frustrations. Opportunities for virtue. People can be challenging, often becoming obstacles in our path. Marcus Aurelius teaches that these frustrations are opportunities to practice Stoic virtues like patience, forgiveness, and justice. Instead of resenting difficult people, use these encounters to refine your character. Each frustrating interaction is a chance to demonstrate your commitment to Stoic principles. By responding with virtue, you transform obstacles into opportunities for growth. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also strengthens your inner resolve. Embrace frustrations as lessons in disguise and let them guide you toward greater wisdom and compassion. Is an memento mori. Embrace life's transience. Memento mori reminds us of our mortality. Life is fleeting and each moment is precious. Marcus Aurelius urges us to live as if each action were our last. This awareness of life's transience compels us to act with urgency and purpose. Cherish the present, make meaningful choices, and avoid postponing important tasks and relationships. By embracing the inevitability of death, we gain clarity on what truly matters. Live fully, love deeply, and leave no room for regrets. Memento mori is not a morbid reflection, but a call to live authentically and vibrantly, honoring the impermanence of our existence. 12. Resilience through virtue, strength in adversity. Practicing virtues like patience, forgiveness, and adaptability builds resilience. Marcus Aurelius teaches that our true power lies in our ability to respond virtuously to life's challenges. Adversity is inevitable, but how we handle it defines our character. By embodying Stoic virtues, we fortify ourselves against the storms of life. This resilience allows us to navigate difficulties with grace and integrity. Each trial becomes a testament to our inner strength. Embrace virtue as your guiding principle, and let it lead you through adversity with unwavering resolve. In resilience, we find the essence of Stoic wisdom and the foundation of a fulfilled life. As you embark on your journey to integrate these Stoic principles into your daily life, remember that wisdom and virtue are cultivated through consistent practice. Marcus Aurelius's teachings offer a blueprint for living with purpose, resilience, and integrity. If you found these insights valuable, don't keep them to yourself. Share the wisdom. Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and join a community of individuals committed to personal growth and the pursuit of wisdom. Let's continue exploring these timeless principles together, transforming our lives and the world around us. Thank you for watching, and welcome to the path of the Stoic.
Here are 10 key ideas to stop living for others and start living for yourself. What if I told you the secret to happiness is to stop chasing it? That the harder you try to please others, the further you push your own joy away. These 10 transformative ideas will not only challenge everything you've been told, but could completely change the way you live your life. Think about it. Why are so many people unhappy despite doing everything right? They achieve success, follow the rules, and seek approval, yet feel stuck. The answer is simple. They're living for others, not for themselves. Imagine breaking free from this cycle. What if you could stop caring about what others think, find purpose in every moment, and finally take control of your own happiness? These 10 ideas don't just make promises. They'll reveal why you've been stuck and how to truly live authentically. Here's the thing. These ideas aren't just philosophical musings. They're actionable steps. We'll explore why external approval breeds unhappiness, how courage transforms your life, and why your past doesn't have to dictate your future. But more importantly, we'll uncover why freedom lies in embracing who you are right now. By the end, you'll have a roadmap to start living for yourself and unlocking a life of true fulfillment. Let's dive in. 1. External approval breeds unhappiness. Caring too much about others' opinions is like handing them the keys to your freedom. When you seek external approval, you become a prisoner of their expectations, constantly trying to mold yourself into what they deem acceptable. The result? A life filled with frustration and dissatisfaction, because no matter how hard you try, you can never truly please everyone. Living for others means sacrificing your own dreams, values, and happiness on the altar of their judgment. It's a losing battle. The opinions of others are ever-changing, often conflicting and rooted in their personal biases. Basing your self-worth on such an unstable foundation leaves you feeling unfulfilled and disconnected from your true self. Freedom lies in breaking this cycle. When you stop chasing approval, you gain the clarity to focus on what truly matters to you. You unlock the power to make choices that align with your authentic desires, rather than conforming to societal pressures. The irony is, when you live for yourself, you often gain the respect and admiration of others, not by chasing it, but by being unapologetically you. Free yourself from the chains of external validation. Your happiness is too valuable to leave in the hands of others. 2. Happiness requires courage. Happiness isn't something handed to you, it's something you have to fight for. And the biggest battle? The courage to be disliked. It's a tough pill to swallow, but if you constantly strive to meet societal expectations, you'll never live authentically. True happiness requires the boldness to stand firm in your values, even when it means facing criticism or rejection. Think about it. How often have you silenced your true thoughts or desires just to avoid conflict or gain approval? Each time you do, you chip away at your authenticity. But living this way is exhausting and unfulfilling. The people whose opinions you're so desperate to manage often don't notice or care as much as you think. The moment you embrace the courage to be disliked, something incredible happens. You feel free. You realize you don't need everyone to agree with or approve of you to feel good about yourself. This courage allows you to set boundaries, pursue your passions, and live in alignment with your values. It's not about being defiant, it's about being true to yourself. The path to happiness is paved with moments of bravery. Choose courage over conformity, and you'll unlock a life filled with meaning and joy. 3. Goals. Shape emotions. Your emotions don't just happen, they are closely tied to your goals. Every feeling you experience, whether it's joy, frustration, or disappointment, stems from your perception of progress toward what you value most. When your goals are aligned with your authentic self, your emotions act as motivators, guiding you forward. But when you chase unattainable goals, like trying to please everyone or seeking universal approval, negative emotions inevitably take over. Consider this. If your goal is to earn validation from others, you'll always feel like you're falling short. Approval is fleeting and subjective, leaving you in a constant state of anxiety and frustration. On the other hand, when you focus on achievable, meaningful goals that resonate with your true desires, emotions like satisfaction and confidence naturally emerge. The key is to set goals that align with your values, not society's expectations. Instead of pursuing perfection or external validation, aim for personal growth, meaningful relationships, or creative fulfillment. When your goals are authentic, your emotions become tools that drive your progress rather than obstacles that hold you back. Take control of your emotional life by shaping goals that truly matter. When you focus on what's meaningful to you, your emotions will become allies, not enemies. 4. Trauma doesn't define you. Your past may shape you, but it does not have to define your future. Too often, people believe that their negative experiences permanently dictate who they are or what they can achieve. This mindset traps you in a cycle of self-limiting beliefs and prevents you from seeing the potential for growth and change. Trauma is not your identity. It's an event, a moment in your life, not the sum of your existence. The true power lies in the meaning you assign to these experiences. You can choose to view them as barriers or you can reframe them as lessons and opportunities for strength. It's not about denying the pain. It's about refusing to let it control your narrative. Think of people who've endured great hardships, yet emerged stronger, more compassionate and purpose-driven. What sets them apart is their ability to assign empowering meanings to their experiences. They see trauma as a chapter in their story, not the title of the book. You hold the pen to your life. Rewrite the narrative in a way that serves you, not one that keeps you stuck. By doing so, you take control of your future and open the door to possibilities that are shaped by your choices, not your past. 5. Relationships. Thrive on contribution, not competition. When your relationships are built on the need for approval, they become exhausting competitions. You constantly compare yourself, wondering if you're liked enough, doing enough, or measuring up to some invisible standard. This mindset creates a transactional dynamic where the goal isn't connection, but validation. Over time, these relationships feel hollow, draining, and unfulfilling. Genuine relationships, however, thrive on contribution. When you focus on what you can give instead of what you can get, everything shifts. Contribution transforms interactions into opportunities for connection, growth, and mutual support. Whether it's offering your time, empathy, or encouragement, giving from a place of authenticity fosters deeper and more meaningful bonds. For example, think about the times you felt closest to someone. It likely wasn't during moments of competition, but when you offered or received genuine care, understanding, or help. True connection isn't about outperforming others or gaining their approval. It's about creating a safe space where both of you can thrive. Choose contribution over comparison. When you stop worrying about being enough for others and focus on giving from the heart, you'll build relationships rooted in trust, respect, and love, ones that truly enrich your life. Freedom lies in self-acceptance. Living according to others' standards is like wearing a mask. It hides your true self and limits your freedom. When you measure your worth by external validation, you become trapped in a never-ending cycle of trying to please others, constantly adjusting yourself to fit their expectations. True liberation comes when you step away from this cycle and embrace self-acceptance. Self-acceptance doesn't mean settling for who you are today. Instead, it means recognizing your intrinsic value while acknowledging areas for growth. It's about knowing that your worth isn't tied to your achievements, appearance, or how others perceive you. When you accept yourself fully, flaws and all, you free yourself from the fear of judgment. Think of how empowering it is to make decisions based on your own values rather than trying to predict what others want from you. This doesn't mean disregarding others entirely. It means prioritizing your authenticity over their approval. The irony is that people often respect you more when you're unapologetically yourself, because it shows confidence and integrity. True freedom begins when you accept yourself as you are and live according to your own terms. It's not just about being happy, it's about being whole. 7. Unhappiness as a strategy. Unhappiness often feels like something that happens to us, but in many cases, it's a strategy we unconsciously use to avoid taking action or confronting change. By holding on to dissatisfaction, we create a buffer against the risk of failure or rejection. It becomes an excuse to stay in our comfort zone, even if that comfort zone is making us miserable. For example, consider someone who constantly complains about their job but never applies for new opportunities. The unhappiness serves a purpose. It justifies staying put because the fear of failure or the unknown outweighs the desire for change. Similarly, clinging to unattainable goals like perfection or universal approval creates a cycle of frustration that keeps us stuck. Breaking free from this strategy requires courage and self-awareness. Ask yourself, what purpose is my unhappiness serving? What am I avoiding? Often the answers reveal that taking action, even imperfectly, is less scary than you've imagined. Unhappiness isn't meant to be a permanent state. It's a signal that something needs to change. Don't let it become your default strategy for avoiding risk. Instead, use it as a motivator to reevaluate your goals, take purposeful action, and step into a life of greater fulfillment and joy. 8. Happiness is in helping. True happiness isn't found in chasing personal achievements or seeking constant validation. It emerges when you contribute to the well-being of others. Helping others without expecting anything in return fosters a sense of purpose, connection, and fulfillment that material successes often cannot provide. Think about a time when you offered genuine help to someone, a friend in need, a stranger you assisted, or a loved one you supported. The joy you felt wasn't tied to recognition or reward. It came from the simple act of making a positive impact. This kind of happiness is enduring because it's rooted in meaning, not momentary pleasure. Helping others shifts your focus away from self-centered concerns and towards something greater. It creates a ripple effect. Your kindness inspires others, strengthens relationships, and builds a sense of community. Whether it's through small gestures or significant contributions, each act of giving reinforces your value and interconnectedness with the world around you. Happiness isn't about what you get, it's about what you give. By prioritizing service over selfishness, you align yourself with a deeper sense of purpose and unlock a lasting, fulfilling form of joy. Helping others isn't just a moral act, it's a path to your own well-being. 9. You are intrinsically valuable. Your worth isn't tied to your achievements, appearance, or how others perceive you. Simply existing gives you intrinsic value. This idea can be hard to grasp in a world that constantly measures success by external metrics, money, accolades, or social status. But it's a truth that sets you free when fully embraced. Imagine a newborn baby. They contribute nothing to society in terms of productivity, yet their value is undeniable. Why? Because every person has worth, independent of what they do or achieve. This same principle applies to you. Your existence has a ripple effect. You impact others in ways you may never realize. A kind word, a shared smile, or simply being present can have profound effects on the people around you. When you recognize your intrinsic value, you stop seeking validation from others. You no longer feel the need to prove your worth through endless striving or comparison. Instead, you gain the confidence to live authentically, pursue your passions, and focus on what truly matters to you. You are enough just as you are. Embracing this truth allows you to live with a sense of peace and purpose, free from the pressure to constantly prove yourself to the world. 10. Live in the present. Happiness isn't something you'll find at the finish line of a major goal or milestone. It's in the moments you experience along the journey. Too often, we get caught up in, "I'll be happy when," thinking, believing joy will come only after achieving success, securing approval, or reaching some future destination. This mindset robs you of the ability to appreciate the here and now. Living in the present means fully engaging with the life unfolding around you. It's noticing the beauty of a quiet morning, savoring a conversation with a loved one, or finding joy in the small victories of daily life. These moments, though seemingly ordinary, hold the key to genuine happiness. When you're constantly focused on the future, you miss the richness of today. The journey itself is where growth, connection, and fulfillment happen, not just the destination. By grounding yourself in the present, you cultivate gratitude and contentment for what you already have, rather than yearning for what you lack. Happiness isn't in chasing the next big thing, it's in appreciating the path you're on right now. Embrace the present moment, and you'll find that life becomes not only more meaningful, but also infinitely more joyful. These 10 ideas are more than just insights. They're a call to action to take control of your life. Stop living for others and start living authentically. Remember, happiness isn't found in external approval or chasing unattainable goals. It's in the courage to be yourself, the freedom of self-acceptance, and the joy of living in the present. Now it's your turn. Which of these ideas resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts or your biggest takeaway in the comments. I'd love to hear your perspective. And if you found value in this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel and share it with someone who needs to hear this message. Let's inspire more people to live for themselves and not for others. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.